Another day in Wormwood Forest.
Hello, boys and girls. It's time for a visit with our animal friends down in Wormwood Forest.
Hey, hey, don't run away. Listen a while, you'll want to stay. There's always lots of fun down in Wormwood Forest.
Hello, everybody. This is Dippy Dwarf. Today, a phone call causes lots of activity at my hotel.
So don't leave your radio. Listen to our animal show. There's always lots of fun down in Wormwood Forest.
Hey, the phone's ringing. Hold on, I'm coming. Hello, the Dwarf Waldorf. Dippy Dwarf speaking. Oh, you want to reserve a suite of rooms for tonight? Yes, I'll do my best. Goodbye.
Hey, Dippy Dwarf, was the phone call for me?
No, Frankie Frog. That was a call from Oleander Salamander.
You mean the famous crawling poet and philosopher?
The one and the same. He wants to reserve a suite of rooms for tonight.
A suite of rooms? Well, where'll you get a suite of rooms in the Dwarf Waldorf, Dippy?
Oh, that's right. We haven't anything but single rooms.
Well, what you gonna do, kiddo? What you gonna do? Huh? What you gonna do?
Well, I can vacate the second floor and give the salamander all the rooms there.
Yeah, but a suite of rooms adjoin each other.
Well, that's simple, Frog. The rooms are next to each other. We can knock holes in the wall.
Gee, you're a smart dwarf. But I'll bet you if I suggested knocking holes in the wall, you'd knock a hole in my head. That's what you'd do.
Hey, Frog, excuse me a moment, please, while I go into my office and speak to my secretary.
Yeah, sure thing, Shorty. Go right ahead. Don't mind me. I'm only a frog. A good-looking, handsome frog. And green to boot.
I'll boot you if you don't move. Oh, Tallulah Tobacco Worm.
Oh, hello, Dippy. What can I do for you?
Tobacco Worm, Oleander Salamander just called and wants to reserve a suite of rooms for tonight.
I didn't realize this hotel had a suite of rooms, Dippy.
It doesn't, Tallulah. I'm going to vacate all the rooms on the second floor and make them into a suite.
What about the guests on the second floor?
Well, that's what I want to find out. Who are they?
Let me look in the hotel register. Second floor. Kitty, barbecue pig, and that's all.
Kitty and the pig? Well, we'll have to ask them to move for tonight. And thanks for your help, Tallulah Tobacco Worm. You're a mighty valuable employee.
Yes, with men who know tobacco worms best. It's Tallulah, 2-1.
Well, Frankie Frog, only 2 guests will have to be evacuated from the second floor. Barbecue Pig and Kitty.
Kitty? Oh, gee. I pity whoever has to tell her to get up.
Then pity yourself, Frankie.
Oh, Dippy, no. No, not that,
yes,
please.
Frog.
Oh,
hop upstairs to
no.
Kitty's room and tell her the news.
Oh, Dippy, have a heart. Oh, me. Kitty's claws are sharp.
Frankie?
Oh, hey, you don't have to use that pickle fork. I'm going. Oh, what's going to happen to me? A pretty cat is like a melody.
Oh, it's you, Frankie Frog.
In the flesh, Kitty, baby. A green flesh.
Oh, you're so stretchy, Frog.
Well, I'll bet you say that to all your boyfriends.
Only to the frogs. Won't you come in?
Yeah, for a little minute, maybe.
Here, sit on the love seat beside me.
Hey, Kitty, your whiskers tickle.
Frog, do you think I'm irresistible?
And not only that, Kitty, I think you're irreplaceable.
Oh.
You're embraceable. In fact, you're the only kitty for me.
Oh, Frankie, sing to me.
Everybody loves a kitty, that's why I'm in love with you. Pretty kitty, a pretty kitty. And I'd like to be your sister, brother, dad, and mother, too. Pretty kitty, pretty kitty. Won't you come and let me rock you in my cradle of love? And we'll cuddle all the time. Oh, I want a loving kitty, and it might as well be you. Pretty kitty of mine, pretty kitty of mine.
Oh, Frankie, when you sing to me, my whiskers tingle.
And mighty pretty they are when they're tingling, too.
You may go now. I must finish manicuring my claws.
Claws. Uh-oh. You're a kitty.
I said you may go, Frog.
Yeah, I can't go till I tell you why I'm here.
Didn't you come up to sing to me?
No, not exactly.
Then what is it?
Well, you've got to move out of this room for tonight.
Move out? But this is my room. I pay for it. It's mine.
But Dippy needs it, kitty.
Why?
He has to reserve a suite of rooms for Oleander Salamander.
That lizard.
He's not a lizard, he's a salamander.
Same difference to me. Ooh, of all the nerve.
Hey, Kitty, be careful.
The very idea. I'm mad.
Hey, Kitty, watch your claws. You're ripping the curtains,
That's
Kitty.
not all
Hey.
I'll rip.
Hey, Kitty, don't do that.
Get out of my room. What
But wait,
unadulterated
but
gold.
it's just for tonight, only one night.
Where can I stay?
Yeah, over at Susie Skunk's house.
I like that.
Yeah, I thought you would.
Frog, you can tell Dippy Dwarf that I refuse to get out of my room. And that's final.
No. What a temper. I'd better go downstairs and tell Dippy. Hey, Dippy Dwarf.
Yes, Frankie?
Kitty refuses to get out of her room.
Oh, I was afraid she'd be difficult.
Nothing we can do, I suppose.
Oh, yes, there is. You know how fond Kitty is of pearl necklaces?
Sure, she loves pearls.
And I'll give her a string of pearls, and she'll be so pleased she'll let us have a room.
Hey, it's a good idea, kiddo.
You get the pearls, Frog.
Me?
Yes, you.
But the only pearls to be had are in the brook.
I know. That's why you must get them. Here's a $6 bill. Now, surely the oyster will send you a string of pearls for that.
The oyster? Oh, this gets more repulsive with each new development.
Well, don't stop to think about it. Just hop, little froggy, hop.
The brook. It sure looks wet where it isn't frozen over. I guess I'll sit here on this rock and consider this matter first.
Hey, watch where you're parking, Frog.
Oh, Timothy Turtle, hiya.
Hi.
Yeah, I thought your shell was a rock.
Well, think again. How can I sleep with all that overhead?
It's too cold to sleep. And just think, Turtle, I'm supposed to go down in that brook.
Gosh, do you belong to the Polar Bear Club, Frankie?
Nope. I've got to get some pearls from the oyster.
Well, what you waiting for? Why don't you go in and get it over with, Frog?
Because it's cold and wet. Hey, you're a fine one to tell someone to do something, you lazy turtle, you.
Well, can I help it because I didn't get any energy for Christmas?
Oh, me, that brook sure looks icy.
Frankie, if I were to give you a little push, you'd slide right into the water.
Hey, Tim,
like
stop,
this.
stop, Oh, that turtle. It's not as cold down here in the brook as it is up on the bank. Oh, well, as long as I'm here, I'll go tap on the oyster shell. Hey, oyster, open up.
Go away.
Hi, oyster.
Oh, a frog. How repulsive.
I'm repulsive, but... Oh, well. Oyster, would you sell me a pearl necklace?
I should say not. I need all of my pearls.
Why?
I'm knitting a pearl sweater.
Knitting a pearl sweater?
Yes. Knit one, pearl two. Knit one, pearl two. Go away, frog. You bother me. Knit one, pearl two.
Oh, me. No pearl necklace. Gee, I hate to tell Dippy Dwarf, but I guess there's nothing else to do. Exactly how it is, Dippy. The oyster refuses to give me any pearls.
Well, we'll just have to think of something else, Frankie.
Yeah, I told Kitty she could spend the night with Susie Skunk.
And that didn't please her?
No, it made her madder than ever.
And, Frankie, we've been going about this the wrong way.
What you mean, Shorty?
We should get Susie Skunk to invite Kitty over for the night.
Hey, and if she's invited instead of told to go...
Then she might go.
Then all we have to do is arrange this with Susie Skunk.
Correct. I'll call her on the phone at once. Oh, operator. Oh, hello, Bluebird. Please ring the old Badger residence. I want to talk to Susie Skunk. That's right, Susie Skunk.
Goodness gracious, the phone is ringing. I'm coming. Hello? Yes, this is Susie Skunk. Oh, Dippy. You want me to invite Kitty over? Why, I'd be happy to. Yes, Dippy. Goodbye. Well, if I'm to have guests, I'd better get my house in order. Oh, goodness. Bells, bells, bells. That was the door, I believe. If you're working your way through magazines by selling colleges, I don't... Oh, don't pluck my woodchucky.
Hello, sweetie Susie Skunky.
Do come inside. It's awfully cold out here on the doorstep.
My, you're so thoughtful, my sweetie.
Chucky, I have to invite Kitty over to spend the night.
Well, does that mean we can't have our date tonight, Susie?
I'm afraid so, Chucky. I couldn't refuse a friend like Dippy.
But you're refusing a friend like me?
Oh, but you're so much more than a friend, Dumb Gluck.
Am I really?
Yes, you're my one and only love.
Oh, my. That certainly does my heart good, Sue. Every star above knows the one I love, sweet Sue. Just you.
Chucky.
No one else, it seems, ever shares my dreams. And without you, dear, I don't know what I'd do. In this heart of mine, you live all the time, sweet Sue. Just you.
Oh, Chucky, I don't know what I'd do without you.
Well, what are you going to do with me? That's the question.
I'll put you to work. If Kitty is coming over, I must clean up my house.
Where is your carpet sweeper?
I believe it's in my purse.
And where is your purse?
Well, I usually keep it under the scatter rug. Ah, here it is.
Good.
Now, let me see. Carpet sweeper. A jar of pickled prickly pears. A damp sponge.
Oh, my.
An encyclopedia.
An encyclopedia in your purse?
Oh, it's a very out-of-date encyclopedia.
Oh.
Salad box, Bunsen burner, a cold waffle. Well, no carpet sweeper.
Well, what'll I clean the carpets with?
You'll just have to use the vacuum cleaner, Chucky.
Where is your vacuum cleaner?
In the coffee can.
In the coffee can?
Yes, it's vacuum packed.
Hey, Kitty baby, are you ready to go over to Susie Skunk's?
Yes, Dream Frog.
Timothy Turtle will drive you over. Oh, Timothy Turtle.
Hey, what you want now, Frankie? Oh, hi, Kitty.
To the car, Turtle.
Don't care if I do.
Now Kitty's out of her room. Oh, Dippy, Kitty just left.
Oh, dandy. Hop upstairs, Frog, and knock a hole in the wall between the two rooms. So we'll have a suite of rooms for Oleander Salamander.
Okay, kiddo. Well, here goes. Yeah, there, that does it. The two rooms are now a suite of rooms, Shorty.
And just in time, Frankie. A taxi just pulled up out front. Welcome to the Dwarf Waldorf, Oleander Salamander.
Hello, boys.
Oleander, your suite of rooms await you.
Suite of rooms? Heavens to hibiscus. I didn't ask for a suite of rooms.
You didn't?
Well, of course not. I asked you to reserve for me a suite room.
A suite room? And I misunderstood. I thought you wanted a suite of rooms.
Oh, well. What does it matter? Sweet or sweet? It brings back a memory of tomorrow. Poem. I've come to the Dwarf Waldorf with heart and head held high. Held high with bliss, you bet. But how high can the salamander get? Come along, Ethelbert.
Well, at least the salamander's happy. Maybe Dippy Dwarf will get his phone messages straight the next time we join our animal friends down in Wormwood Forest.
Hey, hey, that's all today. We're so glad that you could stay. There's always lots of fun down in Wormwood Forest.
Till next time, Susie Skunk has trouble with her radio. Till then, this is Dippy Dwarf saying so long.
Remember, next Saturday, listen to our animal play. There's always lots of fun down in Wormwood Forest.
Wormwood Forest, written by Tom Tishner, has come to you from WSM in Nashville, Tennessee.
All parrot shoes speak for themselves. Ship ahoy, you lubbers!
All aboard for the transcribed premiere production, The Cruise of the Paul Parrot, that thrilling, exciting story of the sea. To refresh your memory with what has happened before, Captain Roy Dalton, who has just received his master's papers, and his good friend George Wainwright, have signed on as skipper and first mate of the whaling ship Paul Parrott, owned by Grange and Sons, an outstanding shipping company of New Bedford, Massachusetts. The ship sails in one day, but in the last couple of days, Dalton and Wainwright have been followed by a mysterious Spaniard named Altesti, an agent for another shipping concern down the wharf a bit. They discovered him yesterday spying on them as they were talking to old man Breckenridge, shipkeeper for Grange and Sons, and Sue, sister of Ezra Grange, one of the ship's owners. At the present time, Dalton and his first mate are searching through the town of New Bedford for Altesti's house.
All right, mate, I hope we're on the right trail.
Blow me down, George. If we're not, I'll try new trails until I find him. He's up to some devilishness, or he wouldn't have followed us yesterday when we were talking to shipkeeper Breckenridge.
Well, if we don't lay hands on him soon, there's no telling when he'll be lurking around some dark corner, shooting at you like he did on the wharf.
The swab. If I didn't know that the De Silva Company were fair friends of the Granges, I'd think that he was just operating as their agent to hinder our whaling voyage. But the two companies have always been on pretty good terms, so he must be under his own sail when he sneaks around and spies on us.
Well, I don't know, matey. I've been telling you that I sent more than a whaling cruise on this ship, haven't I? What with young Ezra Grange, one of the owners, shipping along, and what with a good class of seamen signed on, and the good shares in the voyage they're getting, there might easy be some other reason than whaling that might give plenty chance for some lubber to be spying on us.
Oh, stow that, George. You're too bloomin' suspicious. Anyhow, we'll find out what Altesti's reasons were when we get him hooked.
You're sure you know where he hangs out?
Aye, don't you recall Breckenridge said Gloucester Street?
Avast, this is Gloucester Street, and it's a few squares up the wharf, just as he said.
Let's do some asking at these houses here.
Aye, aye, Roy. You try that big house while I ask at the tavern across the way. They may know of him there.
Be careful now, George. If there's any trouble, call me. What in the...
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you here, mister.
Well, Sonny, that's all right. I'll wager you got the worst of that collision. When a big hulk like me sails into a little dory like you, you're apt to be swamped. It's lucky I didn't knock you down, son.
Gee. Say, are you a captain? Your cap and all looks like you are. Are you really a sea captain?
Why, sure, I'm a captain, son. There's nothing strange about that, is there? In a port so full with captains and seamen of every one of the 7 seas as New Bedford.
Well, I've seen captains before, but I've never talked to one.
Well, I don't know that it's such an honor to talk to a captain. But you must be a stranger to the port of New Bedford if you've never gammed with a skipper.
Yes, sir, I am. I just came here today.
I see. Then you wouldn't know what I was about to ask you.
Well, gee, I might. What was it, sir?
I was about to ask if you knew anything of a certain man my mate and I were looking for.
Well, I've been on the street all day, Captain. I might know him.
Where do you live, son? Where's your folks' house?
Well, Oh, please, Mr. Captain. I don't know where I'm going to live.
You don't know? Blow me down, lad. Are you lost?
No, sir. But you see, my folks live on a farm about 50 miles west of here.
Then what are you doing in New Bedford without your folks? Have you... Blow me down. I'll wager you've run away from home. Have you? Answer me, lad. Have you run away from home?
Yes, sir.
Lad, you shouldn't have done that. Think how your folks at home will be worried for you. And this is a hard port, lad. There are many rough seamen here, and it's no place for a boy who knows nothing of the life of the sea and has never been away from his parents.
Oh, but Mr. Captain, I've always wanted to go to sea.
This is no way to go about it. Why didn't you ask your father for permission? He would have let you when you were older, I'll wager.
No, he wouldn't. He said he'd never let me ship on any kind of a craft.
Then he knew best. You should have obeyed him.
But Father was a seaman himself a long time ago, and he always told such wonderful yarns about the sea that I've always wanted to follow his life.
Aye, lad, but the sea is a hard master. I wouldn't advise you to follow it. There's lots of danger and little pay, and you're lucky if you come out the winner in the end. Now you take my advice and weigh anchor for home.
Oh, gee.
What's your name, son?
Jonathan Obadiah Robbins, sir.
Well, say, that's a mighty big name to stow on so small a craft.
They usually call me Johnny, sir.
Johnny, eh? Well, I think that's better. Listen, Johnny, you take Captain Dalton's advice and go home to your folks. Why, your poor mother's probably crying her eyes out now, wondering where you are.
I left a note.
Well, that makes little difference. I give you my word, Johnny, you'll be happier if you go home again, and maybe take to the sea later in life. And Captain Dalton's word is sacred to him, so you can depend on what I say.
Did you say you were Captain Dalton, sir?
Yes, Johnny, that's the name.
Well, just a little while ago, I heard 2 men talking about you right here.
What's that? You heard someone mention my name?
Yes, sir. There were 2 men right in front of this house. And one of them said something about Captain Dalton being away from the ship, and that this was a good time to do it, whatever they were talking about.
Blow me down. I'm lucky that I ran into you, Johnny. What do these men look like?
Well, I was sitting on that step over there, and one man, the one with a peg leg, I mean.
Peg leg?
Yes, sir.
I wonder... And the other, what did he look like?
The other one was real dark, and he had a mustache.
That was Al Testy. I stake my share on it. What did they do then?
They seemed to be arguing. Then the dark man went down toward the wharf, and the other one hobbled up the street.
There's no time to be lost. Ahoy, George! Wainwright! Ahoy!
Avast! I'll be right over.
Captain Dalton, can I go down to the waterfront with you?
Johnny, this is likely to be a dangerous business. You'd better stay here.
Oh, but Captain, I helped you trace the man. Listen, I'll go back home if you let me come along.
Well, aye, it is then, lad. But keep out of the way if there's any fighting to be done.
Here I am, mate. What news? I've had no luck at all.
George, this is Johnny Robbins. He's put us on the track of that landlubber Al Testy. Johnny, this is Mr. Wainwright, my first officer.
Hello, lad.
Glad to know you, Mr. Wainwright.
What's this about picking up Al Testy's track, Captain?
Johnny here has seen and heard 2 men talking about me. And from his description, one must be Al Testy, and the other...
Which way did they head off?
Towards the wharf. That was some time ago.
Batten down my hatch. There's no time to lose. Let's run for it. Avast. They've let the Paul Parrot slip down the harbor today. She's riding at anchor about a mile down from the wharf.
Aye. We were to go down in boats and board her tomorrow morning.
That's right, mate. This would be a fine time for some lubber to board her.
The docks are just ahead, aren't they, Captain Dalton?
Aye, aye, son.
I think I heard a boat. Oarlocks.
I believe you're right. It's the Grange docks.
Somebody's setting out in one of our dories, I'll wager.
Look over there.
There he is. He's getting into the dory. We only have to run across the wharf. Hurry. Come back to the wharf, or we'll shoot.
Make one move for a gun and we'll fire. We're 2 to 1.
Come on out of that boat.
All right, don't get excited, senores. I come.
That's the swab, all right.
We thought it would be you, Al Testy. What's your intention in making off with one of Grange's dories?
I did not think Senor Grange would mind if I borrowed the boat to cruise up and down the wharf a moment.
Captain, that's the man I heard talking about you, all right.
Aye, I thought it would be. Al Testy, we've been looking for you.
And here you are, just about to board our ship.
You honor me, senores, by looking for me. But I know nothing about boarding your ship.
We want to know why you've been steering so close to our course the past few days. You followed us in everything we did, and used a gun on me, if you care to recollect.
And we think this is a good time for explanation.
With pleasure, I will. One moment. The little boy. Do I not know him? Why, he's... Let me see.
Hey, stop! Help!
Now, Captain, use your guns if you will. I have the boy in
go.
front of me. And if you shoot, you kill him. I will back up across the wharf. And if you shoot as I go, the boy will be hit.
Let me go. Ouch! You're hurting my arm.
You Bill scum. When you let that boy go, we'll shoot. You might as well give up now.
Maybe I won't let go. See, I have a gun too. I hold it over the boy's shoulder. If you follow me, I shoot you. If you shoot back, you kill the boy. Adios, amigos míos.
If we follow him, he'll shoot.
And here we are in the open with no casks or rigging to hide behind. Wait till he ducks behind those crates. Then we'll follow.
There, he's behind the wharf office.
We'll drop on our stomachs and crawl after him.
Look out, there's his hand. Around the building. He's going to shoot.
Mr. Breckenridge, listen. What's that?
Aye, Sue. There's trouble brewing. Those were pistol shots.
Oh, look out the window. Who's that running this way?
That's that Al Testy fellow, and he's dragging a young lad with him.
Help! Help!
Oh, Mr. Breckenridge, help
That
him.
I'll do.
Come on, hurry.
Now, which way did they go?
They've disappeared.
Disappeared? Where in the world could Al Testy have taken Johnny? What's going to happen? Will Johnny get away from the Spaniard? Will Captain Dalton catch him? What has Dickon, the peg-leg sailor, to do with all this? Be sure not to miss even one of these exciting adventures on the cruise of the Paul Parrot. Your Paul Parrot announcer is Dave Ward.
Hey, kids! It's the Buster Brown Show!
Hey, little fox. Let us give up the search for this big moose. There are many on the other side of the range.
No, Father. Let us go on. A moose so big as this one is worth going on.
But see, little fox, even now he has led his herd up the stream to hide their tracks. We will never find his trail again.
Kids, don't miss this exciting adventure with Little Fox, the Sioux Indian boy. And to tell it, here is Smiling Ed McConnell.
Yes, kids, you'd better come running. It's old Smiling Ed and his Buster Brown gang. Only one kind of shoes for me. Good old Buster Brown. Oh, yes, kids, Buster Brown's on the air out here in Hollywood with Smiling Ed, Squeaky the Mouse, Midnight the Cat, and Froggy the Gremlin. And we're going to start our program off right now with our story. Well, buddies, once again we go back in time to an era when our land was peopled by the red men for another story of Little Fox, the Sioux Indian boy. Now, the Sioux were rather a nomadic people and moved their camps about quite often, particularly as the seasons changed. So it was nothing out of the ordinary when in the fall, Running Wolf, chief of the tribe and father of Little Fox, ordered the teepees folded and pack horses loaded for a move from the plains of the buffalo land to the rolling hills near the mountains. Here was where the Indians hunted the great moose, which once long ago roamed our country in great numbers. The new camp was quickly set up and the braves assembled in the great council lodge.
People of the Sioux! People of the Sioux! Once again, we're in the country where the great moose abounds. Women of our people have come to me to say, now we need the hide of the moose to make new clothing for our men, and the heavy sinews for thread to sew. The men have come to me to say, now we need the good meat of the moose, for we are tired of the meat of the buffalo. The great antlers to make many of the tools we need, to make spoons for the women. The chief is helpless with so many demands. So I have said, let us go to the moose country. We have come here. I have spoken.
I would speak.
My son Little Fox would speak.
The young braves of our people have made wagers. Each of us say, I will kill the biggest moose. I myself have made as many as 3 wagers, and I hope to win them by killing the biggest moose. But I think also a prize of some kind should go to him who kills the biggest. I have spoken.
Go ahead, find the prize.
Wait! Hear me! First, I see that my son wears the new buckskin shirt just made for him by his grandmother, Old Telloa. Also, I hear that he has made 3 wagers. Little Fox is yet young, but he will learn that someday he will lose a wager, perhaps even lose his shirt. I have spoken.
So, a quiver full of new arrows. Aye, these arrows will shoot straight, of that I am sure. Now a new string to my bow.
My grandson makes warlike preparations. What scheme is in his mind?
Grandmother, I am determined to win the moose hunt. With strong bow, I have wagered a knife. With 2 feathers, a buffalo robe. And with tall eagle, I have wagered a bow.
Your arm is strong, your arrow straight. Perhaps you will win one of your wagers. Aye, it is not the place of a woman to tell a hunter where hides the game. Yes, I can tell you where lives one of the biggest moose ever born.
You can? Where, Grandmother?
To the east, across the river.
Oh, but Grandmother, we know most of the moose feed to the west and north.
True. Yet when we made our new camp, I went to the place where the river is wide and shallow to gather wild berries. There I saw where a herd of moose had come to eat of the water plants. The herd was perhaps 18 in number, and among the tracks I saw the prints of the great animal. I am no hunter, my grandson, but I have lived many, many years, and I have helped to skin and dress many, many moose. This one, I tell you, is a great beast.
But if he is so huge, Grandmother, why does he lead his cows to the east? Why not with the rest of the moose?
Perhaps his size and his wisdom are both great. Perhaps he knows there will be fewer bull moose who will try to take his cows from him if he stays to the east.
You may be right, Grandmother. We will try as you say, and hunt to the east.
But I think, Little Fox, we waste our time walking along the river. There are no moose here.
No moose, perhaps, but they're tracks, Father.
Maybe. Youth always hopes. Lead on.
I know that my grandmother has much wisdom. She is usually right. She saw the hoofprints of the great moose.
I do not believe there is a great moose so big.
Look, Father. Marks the hoofs in the soft bank of the river. And they are moose.
You are right, Little Fox.
And, Father, see those tracks. They are giants. Never have I seen such moose tracks before.
It must be a great creature to make tracks so huge. See, Little Fox, they move along the river bank. Let us follow.
Father, the moose. He breaks cover.
Shoot, Little Fox.
It's too late, Father. But it was the great moose. My grandmother was right. Never has there been such a huge one.
Such is so. Come, my son. We return to camp, and there we will prepare to follow the great one until one of our arrows brings him down.
I know you're going to like this story. You betcha. But, kids, have you and Mother been down to your Buster Brown dealers to see that swell lineup of Buster Brown shoes for going back to school yet? Well, you'd better hike down today or next week for sure. Yes, sirree, 'cause you know what else old Smiling Ed told you. They've got the big new Buster Brown comic book waiting for you, too. It's free. Comic book number 28, kids. It's the funniest, most exciting comic book of them all. But, kids, it's going mighty fast, and I sure don't want any of my buddies to miss out on it. So hurry and get yours. Yes, and get your Buster Brown shoes, too. You know, old Smiling Ed wants all his buddies and sweethearts to go back to school looking smart and shiny in swell new Buster Brown shoes. You know, if you want to be a real member of Smiling Ed's gang, kids, you gotta wear Buster Brown shoes. So go to your Buster Brown shoe man's today and get your free copy of the new Buster Brown color comic book and your new Buster Brown going back to school shoes. But kids, be sure you look for the picture of the boy and his dog inside the shoe.
That's my dog, Tige. He lives in a shoe. I'm Buster Brown. Look for me in there, too.
That's right. Look for the picture of the boy and his dog inside the shoe. Then you'll know they're genuine Buster Brown shoes. Now back to our story. Well, Little Fox made several wagers that he would kill the largest moose when the Sioux set up camp in the moose country. Hunting with his father, they found the trail of a giant moose. Not only did they find giant tracks, but finally they were rewarded by the sight of the biggest bull moose either of them had ever seen. Of course, they made preparations to track the huge animal, and next day they picked up the trail and persistently followed it until sundown. Then Little Fox made a decision.
See, Father, the sun sets, and we find a perfect place to camp. From here we can watch the entire shore of the lake.
Yes, my son. Here on this rise we can watch for their appearance at daybreak.
And so Running Wolf and Little Fox made their cold camp, for they could not risk lighting a fire, which would have warned the wary moose of their presence. But even after they rolled into their buffalo robes, they talked of the giant moose.
Somehow, Little Fox, I have the feeling that this bull we hunt is wiser than any other moose we have ever hunted.
I feel so too, Father. Yet I think we have done everything we could do. We have trailed the bull and his cows. We know they are somewhere in that timber near the lake.
Such is so, my son. Tonight they will stay somewhere in the timber. At daybreak they must come to the lake shores to feed and drink.
What else can he do, my father? There is only one way to come from the timber to the lake, and that is through that deep draw. The moose herd must come out at that draw. And when they come out, we will be waiting for them, Father.
I see nothing, my son.
Nor I.
If the moose were in that draw below us, it would have long since come out, little fox. See, the sun will soon come up over the mountain.
I know.
Little fox, we waste our time.
I think you are right, Father. Somehow the great moose has outwitted us.
And so Little Fox and Running Wolf returned empty-handed. Many of the other braves brought back their moose. True, there was not an exceptionally large one, but they were moose, and old Delaware could not resist teasing Little Fox.
Please, Grandmother, do not make sport of me. We followed the great moose for 2 days. He has beaten us. Is it not enough that I lose my wagers?
You did not give the great moose credit for being a wise one, my grandson.
But we did, Grandmother. We hunted most carefully.
Aye, just as you always hunt the moose. The huge one is a wise one, for he has lived longer. Grandson, hear me. You must think as the moose thinks if you would outwit him. Think what are the enemies of the moose. Think what he fears. And use these things against him.
Then, Grandmother, you think we should take up the trail of the great bull moose again?
I would start tomorrow. But remember what I have said, grandson. Think as the moose thinks. Only this way can you defeat this great wise one.
Well, Running Wolf was pleased to see such determination on the part of his son, for he knew that Little Fox would someday be a great hunter and a great warrior. And so when Little Fox told him he wanted to again trail the great moose, Running Wolf agreed eagerly. From daybreak they hunted the great moose, and late in the afternoon they were far from camp, walking along the riverbank.
So, Little Fox, I think you must admit defeat.
No, Father. We will yet catch him.
But see, Little Fox, he has led his herd of cows into the stream to lose the trail.
My grandmother has said, think as the moose would think. Now I try to do that, my father. Come.
Your grandmother is a wise one.
How would the moose think? Here it is. Father, look there.
Tracks. The herd left the river on this side.
Father, we have found the trail again. For see, there are the tracks of the giant moose.
But we still see only the tracks. The mountain lion hunts also.
Hiya, Father. A mountain lion hunt. That is the plan. Please, Father. Now let us hunt a mountain lion.
Running Wolf was amazed when Little Fox, who had insisted on following the moose trail so constantly, suddenly turned about and wanted to hunt a mountain lion. But as old Delaware had told him, he was trying to think as the moose thought. And he was planning to make use of something greatly feared by the moose. And so, 2 arrows soon struck the mountain lion fairly, and the dead cat lay at their feet. Then Little Fox explained his plan to his father.
You are puzzled, my father, I know. Yet hear me. If you were a moose and you know a mountain lion was near, you would move away.
Yes?
Then, if we take this dead mountain lion and drag his body on the ground, each time the moose comes near, he will move away from this mountain lion scent.
Hey, now I see your plan, Little Fox. You mean to use the mountain lion scent to hold the moose in one place?
Yes, over to the north. Only a mile or 2 away is a great blind canyon. Once you enter, you are trapped, unless you come out the same way. Now, if we start at one side of the canyon and drag the mountain lion's body in a great circle, ending at the other side of the canyon wall, there, we have him trapped.
Yeah, what a plan, Little Fox. And surely it will work.
Quickly, let us fasten a rope so we can drag the carcass of this mountain lion.
Yes, it was a good plan. It was a hard job dragging the heavy mountain lion in a circle across the rough, hilly ground. But they had the satisfaction of seeing the moose herd with the great bull leading, slowly moving to the blind canyon. Each time the scent of the mountain lion reached the huge bull's nostrils, he turned slowly, lead his cows away from what seemed to be danger. Slowly, but surely, they entered the blind canyon, with the 2 Indians following cautiously. When they knew they had the moose herd trapped, Little Fox and his father made their camp in the mouth of the canyon to prevent the escape of the great bull. The next morning, they were up at dawn and carefully moving down the canyon length, searching for the moose herd.
We have already moved over halfway down the canyon, and we have not yet seen the moose herd. What do you think we should do, Father?
All along you have been right. Lead. I will follow.
Then I say we continue down the canyon.
Good.
Father, what are those sounds? Somewhere I've heard sounds such as those.
My son, I know what the sounds are. We hear the clashing of antlers. Two bull moose are fighting.
It must be so. Come, Father, quickly. We must see this. There they are. Hiya! It is the giant bull we hunted, and another bull.
Watch, my son. The other, I'm afraid, is no match for our great one.
See, they have locked antlers.
What strength. See, our great bull forces the other to his knees.
The smaller bull has no chance. He should have run away instead of choosing to fight. Look, Father, the small bull is down. He is... Oh!
The neck is broken. He has killed the smaller bull, but the antlers are still locked.
Then, Father, this is why we so often find a skeleton of two deer, two moose, or two elk locked in death.
Such is so, little fox. The great one will die, locked to the antlers of the dead bull.
I am saddened, Father. The great moose has shown true courage. He has shown wisdom. Here is one who deserves to live. This moose is a brave and honorable enemy. I say this great one shall live. He deserves to live. I would not strike like a coward when he does not have a chance.
But what of your wagers, my son? If you do not bring the moose in, you will lose your wagers.
Well, then, Father, I will lose them. Wait, here. I leave my bow and quiver with you.
But what are you going to do?
The antler of the moose is brittle. I will break the antlers of the dead one with my tomahawk, and the great one goes free. Wait here, my father. So, great one, I am your friend. Oh, do not struggle. So, great one, you are free. Take your cows and go to freedom. I will hunt you again, but I will not kill you when you are helpless.
Indeed, I knew you'd like that story.
Hello. Well, what do you know? I have some lovely poems for your radio show.
Well, if it isn't our old friend, Mr. Shortfellow the poet. Oh, my buddies and I sure enjoyed hearing your poems, Mr. Shortfellow. By the way, could you give us a sample?
Oh, yes, indeed. A sample. There is one person whose presence fills me with fear. Promise you won't let that froggy appear.
Well, that's asking a lot, but I'll promise not to say the words that make Froggy appear unless you beg me to.
Never fear. I'll never beg for Froggy to appear. What a treat it will be with that gremlin not here. Listen to this beautiful poem, children.
Just a moment, Mr. Shortfellow. Before you give your poems, I want to remind the kids how to find the name of the Buster Brown dealer in their town that's featuring the Big School Days Jamboree. Kids, listen, just open your phone book to the yellow pages. Then look for the heading of shoes. The name Buster Brown follows right after that, and then you see the name and address of the store nearest you that sells Buster Brown shoes. That'll be the store that's giving away the Big Buster Brown comic book, too. And that's where you see all the back-to-school shoes I've been telling you about. See 'em all and pick the ones you like best. And be sure to look inside the shoe for that picture of Buster and Tige.
That's my dog, Tige. He lives in a shoe. I'm Buster Brown. Look for me in there, too.
That's right, Buster Brown.
Aha! Now I shall read my poems to these wonderful children.
Not just yet, Mr. Shortfellow. You know, Midnight the cat wants to play her cigar box fiddle for us today. Midnight plays...
Nice.
Oh, of course it's nice, Midnight. And now Midnight has a fiddle, so go ahead, Midnight, and put it under your chin and play your little tune. Isn't she cute? Such a little kitty. Oh, yes, it's very nice. Keeps time with her tail. You ought to see her on television. Oh, she's getting fancy. Sometimes she plays a little out of tune. Pretty good for a cat, though. Oh, that was just fine, Midnight. And now, Mr. Shortfella, you may read your poems without Froggy, because I won't say the words that make him become visible unless you ask me to.
Oh, I'm so delighted. And don't worry. I'll never ask you to say the words.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Shortfella. What'd you say, Squeaky the Mouse? Oh, is that so, Squeaky? Well, for goodness sake, you don't mean it.
What is that mouse saying, Smiling Head?
Well, I'd rather not say, Mr. Shortfella.
Oh, I'm dying of curiosity. Please, please tell me what Squeaky said.
Well, you asked for it. If you really want to know, Squeaky said, "Plunk your magic twanger, Froggy." Hiya, kid. Hiya, hiya.
You double-crossed me.
Yeah, I know, but you begged me to say the words, Mr. Shortfella. You thought you'd get rid of me, you did.
Oh, you little 8-inch demon. You stop sticking your tongue out.
Well, go ahead and read your poems, Mr. Shortfella. And, Froggy, now you behave.
Yes. Well, children, I won't let this foolish gremlin bother me. I have nerves of steel.
And an iron brain.
And an iron brain. No, quiet, you little imp. I'll have you know you're interrupting a man of education. I have spent years in school. I skipped grades in grammar school. Why, I went from the 4th grade...
Back to the 2nd grade.
Yes, back to the 2nd grade. My goodness, No, I was not put back to the 2nd grade. Why, I have a poem which tells how smart I was. It goes... Poem. Oh, I was brilliant when I was a boy. The smartest boy people had seen. I went in the 1st grade when I was 3.
Got out when you were 14.
And I got out when I was 14. No, you stop this nonsense. You stop it right now. I'm going to read a poem about my early education. Oh, this is a beautiful thing, it is. It goes... My grandmother taught me many things. She taught me to sing and to dance. When I was slow in learning...
She gave you a kick in the pants.
She gave me a kick in the pads with the pad. No, that's not the right line. My grandmother was a gentle old lady.
With long whiskers.
Yes, that's right. She had a beard. She worked in the circus. You do not. No, she did not. Oh, please stop this foolish talk, you silly gremlin. Don't pay any attention to him, children. You know what I'll do? I'll read another of my sweet verses about my childhood. Yes, here it is. My father tried to teach us to swim, me and my aunt's small daughter. He wanted to teach me to swim so much.
He held your head underwater.
He held my head underwater. That's the one. Oh, dear, stop that. My father loved me. Oh, pay no attention to him, children. I won't let him trick me on this next poem. Here it is. Oh, this poem is a little gem. Once I caught a baby skunk. We got along just swell. Then the skunk grew up and ran away.
He couldn't stand your smell.
Because he couldn't stand my smell. That isn't right. That little skunk loved me. Oh, quiet, you impudent little gremlin, you. Now, children, here is a lovely poem that even he can't ruin. It goes... Everyone loves my poems about stars, the sun, and the rain. They think they're the best poems written...
By a man who hasn't a brain.
By a man who hasn't a brain. Oh, let me away from here.
Don't miss the short fella.
Well, little master. I am the genie of the jug. And how can I serve you?
Oh, you know what that means, don't you, kid? Yes, sirree. It means we're going to have another adventure with little Cola and his wonderful genie of the jug next Saturday. We're going to have other big doings, too. I'll tell you about them in a minute. But remember, hop, skip, run. But get to that big school days jamboree at your Buster Brown dealers as soon as you can. I'm telling you, buddies, that big new comic book number 28 we're giving away free is really something. Oh, you don't want to miss it. And you can't get it anywhere else except at your Buster Brown shoe dealers while our school days jamboree is on. So hustle and get one of these exciting comic books. Oh, they're disappearing mighty fast. You take Mother or Dad with you to help you pick out your favorite back-to-school shoes, too. Oh, you'll see all kinds of Buster Brown shoes. All kinds of styles for both my buddies and my sweetheart. And if you want to be a real member of Old Smiling Ed's gang, then you wouldn't wear anything but Buster Browns. The best-looking, most grown-up-looking shoes ever. But just remember to look inside the shoe and see that picture of the boy and his dog.
That's my dog, Tige. He lives in a shoe. I'm Buster Brown. Look for me in there, too.
That's right. Look for the picture of the boy and his dog inside the shoe. Then you'll know they're genuine Buster Brown shoes. And now, has everybody had fun around here today, huh? Don't forget church or Sunday school. Be listening next Saturday when you hear, "Hi, kids, come running." I have to get my Buster Brown now.
Hi there, kids. It's Let's Pretend time again with Uncle Bill and all the gang. So all aboard for a journey to the land of fairy tales.
Well, pretenders, it's story time, and here's Uncle Bill with the first act of today's story, The White Cat.
Once upon a time in the enchanted land of Philanovia, an aging king had 3 devoted sons. One day he called them into the castle library. We find them now in deep conversation.
Oh, Father, why worry about it now?
My sons, the time has come when we must decide on which one of you is to be my successor to the throne.
Oh, no, why decide now?
Oh, yes, we must decide.
Well, have you thought of a way, Father?
Well, Morton, I've been thinking. I know you'll all smile at me, but I pray you indulge the whim of an old man and hear me.
Of course, Father. Now, what is your plan?
Just this, Larry. As you know, I've always been a great lover of dogs. They are company for me when you 3 youngsters are hunting or off to your games. Therefore, here's my plan. I'll give you a year. Take the entire year, if you will, but at the end of that time, whoever brings me the most unusual dog shall be the next king. Now, what do you say?
Unusual. Well, brothers, this is a most unusual request, but I, for one, am for it. What about you?
Oh, you can count me in, Father. That's a chance I wouldn't miss.
Very well, my sons. Make all preparations. And when all of you are ready, you will depart at the same time with your father's blessing. And may you find excitement and happiness on the high road of adventure.
That is strange. No one answers, yet there is someone here. Many people, I should say. Well, certainly I can't go on in this rain. Oh, here's a deer's foot on the door. I'll pull that.
Come in, King's son.
Well, gladly. Only, where are you? I see nothing but a pair of hands. And how did you know I am the king's son?
We know everything here, Prince Kenneth. Come in.
Thank you.
If you follow this emerald hall to the end, you will come to the coral room. There you will find your hostess awaiting you.
Thanks, but would you mind telling me where is the rest of you? I still see nothing but hands, even though it is light in here now.
Never mind, King's son. You will soon become used to that. Your hostess is waiting to greet you.
Thank you. This way.
Enter.
Thank you. Well, who spoke? I see no one. Well, hello, little white kitty. You're very pretty sitting there in that pink satin cushion. But I should like to meet my hostess.
I am your hostess, Prince Kenneth.
You are my hostess. A little white cat?
True. Won't you sit here?
Am I dreaming? First, I come to the most charming castle I've ever seen. The door is opened by hands. I see no one, but the hands lead me in. My name is already known, and then a beautiful little white cat speaks to me. Oh, no, I'm simply dreaming.
No, you're not, Prince Kenneth. Strange as it may seem to you.
Yes, Queen Blanchette?
Serve dinner at once.
Yes, Your Highness.
But how can all this be?
Oh, I can't tell you that. I only ask you to spend as much time with us as possible. We are very lonely here. We will do our best to make you happy, and I think you will not regret your visit.
Forgive me. I mean, how shall I address you?
You may call me Blanchette.
Very well. Thank you, Blanchette. I shall thoroughly enjoy spending a few days with you, if I may. Thank you for your gracious hospitality.
Yes, Queen Blanchette?
Serve the wine, please.
It is ready, Your Highness.
To you and your adventures, Prince Kenneth. And to the little dog you will take back to the king.
The dog? What dog?
Have you forgotten about the dog you were to find for your father, the king?
Ah, completely. But my next thought is, how did you know?
Oh, patience, Prince. In time, you will take all this for granted and not be puzzled by our modes and customs.
Yes, Queen?
Bring in the cat musicians, the dancers. Let the entertainment begin. Our guest must be happy while he's with us. Come, music and singing and gaiety for Prince Kenneth, the king's son.
Ask me to remain my queen. Why?
So I could tell you, Count, that our first festive occasion, when Prince Kenneth returns, will be with you.
And again, thank you, dear lady. And goodbye, Prince Kenneth. Make it soon.
Thank you, Count. That shall be my first appointment when I return. Oh, little white cat, and all the time I've spent here as your guest. The festivities we have had tonight, I think, were the most delightful.
I'm glad you were happy, because it is your last night with us, at least for a while.
My last night? Why? What has happened? Why should it be the last night? Have I offended in some way?
Oh, of course not, Prince. But your year is up.
My year? Oh, no, it can't be. Time couldn't pass so rapidly.
But it has. And now you will just have time to meet your brothers and journey on to your father with the dog you were to bring him.
But, my little friend, I haven't found the dog. I haven't even looked for one.
There is no need.
Yes, Queen?
Thomas, bring me that box I told you to get.
I have it here, Your Majesty.
Oh, thank you, Thomas. That is all. Here, my prince. Do you see this box?
Yes, little white cat.
And in it, do you see this acorn?
Yes, lady cat.
Take it to your father. After your brothers have shown their prizes, then open this acorn and present it to the king.
Oh, little queen, you're joking.
I am not joking. Trust me, Prince. Be very, very careful of the acorn. It's very fragile. I shan't see you again before you leave. So, good night and farewell.
I thank you for the very happy year I've spent here.
We shall meet again. Now go, for you haven't a moment to lose.
Well, Morton, my son, I'm glad to see you.
I'm glad to be here, Father.
And you too, Larry.
Glad to be back, Father.
Welcome, Kenneth.
How are you, Father?
I can scarcely wait to see the result of your travels, my boys. Come, show us the gifts you've brought.
All right, Father.
I'm very anxious.
You, Morton, you're the eldest. You shall show me your dog first.
Very well, Father. I've brought him here in this hollowed-out pineapple because he was used to sleeping in it where I found him.
A dog small enough to sleep in a hollowed pineapple?
That's right.
Well, let me see him.
Yes, Father. Here he is.
Upon my word, you two boys will have to have a very rare prize to equal this cunning little fellow. Larry, you're next. Did you bring one in a hollowed pineapple, too?
Oh, no, Father. He would have been lost.
Lost?
I kept him here in my waistcoat pocket so that he'd be warm enough. And here he is.
These are priceless. Well, Kenneth, only a magician could hope to equal these two fragile little beauties. Your prize must be enormous rather than tiny. But I'll look at him anyway. Have him brought in.
I have him with me, Father.
Where?
Do you see this acorn?
Why, yes. What about it?
Listen.
Do you mean to say that there's a... Oh, no, I can't believe it.
Then be quiet and I will show you. I open the acorn so. And here on his little feathered pillow is your dog. Come along, Petite. Dance for your master.
Why, no bigger than an acorn seed and dancing on his hind legs for me. Well, my sons, there doesn't seem to be any doubt. I think this little fellow wins the prize. Then shall we publicly proclaim Kenneth as the next king?
No, Father. Give us another mission. Send us out again so that my brothers may have another chance. Wouldn't you like that, Morton and Larry?
Why not? I'm willing to go to abide by this decision.
And I.
All right, my sons. Spend a little time with me, and then you may have another year's adventure. And this time bring me, let me see. Bring me a strip of cloth of finest weaving. And he whose gift is the sheerest shall be the king.
This is a real challenge, brothers.
It is. Morton, I feel I shall be the winner. Kenneth may be a judge of dogs, but when it comes to weaving, I bow to no one. Morton, I'll wager your entire racing stable against this emerald ring that I win.
A mad wager, Larry, but I'll take you up.
All right.
Then 1 month from today, your second adventure begins.
Uncle Bill will be back in a jiffy to tell you the rest of today's story. Right now, it's time for music.
Robin Hood, he cannot be found. Little John, has he gone to town? Robin Hood, tell me where he's been. In the wide countryside with his merry men. Little John, light the beacon light. Robin Hood will be home tonight. Did you ever hear about Old Man Persnickety? Old Man Persnickety ran down the lane with a pocket full of hominy and never lost a grain. Left foot, right foot, any foot at all. Sally lost her shoes and stockings going to the ball. Get up in the morning, sooner than soon. You can't see a thing but the stars and the moon. Left foot, right foot, any foot at all. Sally lost her shoes and stockings going to the ball. Old Man Persnickety, who was always sneezing, liked to sing this song. If you sneeze on Monday, you sneeze for danger. Sneeze on Tuesday, you'll kiss a stranger. Sneeze on Wednesday, you sneeze for a letter. Sneeze on Thursday for something better. Sneeze on Friday, you sneeze for sorrow. Sneeze on Saturday, joy tomorrow. Sneeze on Sunday, and lo and behold, sneeze all week and you're getting a cold. Old Man Persnicketty's best friend is Obadiah. Obadiah jumped in the fire. The fire was hot, so he jumped in the pot. The pot was little, so he jumped in the kettle. The kettle was black, so he jumped in the crack. The crack was high, so he jumped in the sky. The sky was blue, so he jumped in a canoe. Canoe sprung leak, so he jumped in the creek. The creek was shallow, so he jumped in the tallow. The tallow was hard, so he jumped in the lard. The lard was soft, so he jumped in the loft. The loft was rotten, so he jumped in the cotton. The cotton was right, so he took off his shoes and stayed all night.
Here's Uncle Bill with Act Two of today's story.
Another year has passed. The sons of the king have once again been searching for adventure. While Morton and Larry search feverishly for the finest weaving that will win them the wager they made with each other, Prince Kenneth returns quickly to renew his friendship with the mysterious and beautiful White Cat. Once again, she knew his mission before he spoke of it, and at the end of his year's visit, gave him a mysterious little box and told him to present it to his father.
And so, my sons, again we are together after a year. I'm eager to see what weavings you have found in your journeys. Morton?
Yes, Father. Here is cloth woven in parquet.
Oh, it is beautiful indeed. And now, Larry, what have you to show?
This fine muslin, which will go through the eye of this small needle.
Its color is lovely, exquisite. And yes, it passes through the needle's eye easily. Looks as if Morton lost the wager you two made.
Certainly does, Father.
Well, Kenneth, what have you brought?
I have it here, Father, in this walnut.
Well, then open it.
What? Why?
Inside the walnut is a hazelnut. Oh, open that, Kenneth.
Yes, quickly. If you have cloth in there, we surely want to see it.
It must be inside this.
What's the matter?
The hazelnut contains a millet seed. Well, Kenneth, is this a joke of some kind?
Father, I think you must decide between Morton and me.
Wait. I'll open the millet seed. There.
Oh, it's lovely,
Kenneth.
I've
never seen it. Kenneth, this is beautiful. Look, Morton. Larry,
yes.
In this tiny millet seed, there are yards of muslin. Look at the rich coloring and the patterns woven in it.
It is beautiful, Father. Oh, Morton, it would seem we both lost the wager.
Yes.
Kenneth, undoubtedly you win the right to rule our kingdom.
Yes, but I have no wish to take it.
My sons, out of these adventures, we've gained much knowledge of the outside world. Now, this muslin, for instance. Who would have dreamed such stuff could be woven? And now I've an idea. Spend a little time with me, and then begin your third and last adventure. A search for a gift for yourselves.
What would that be, Father?
All of you find whom you think is the most beautiful princess in all the world. Bring her back to me and accept my blessing. And the choice of the people as to which is the most beautiful shall be queen of the empire. Is it agreed?
Yes, certainly.
Then prepare for your journey. A year from today, we shall meet here in the throne room, each with his choice. God bless you, and may all of you find happiness.
Thank you, Father.
But it doesn't matter, Blanchette. I don't care about ruling the kingdom. I do care for you.
But look at me. Little white cat. You would give up a throne for me?
Yes. You have been my friend. The best one I ever had. I shall take you with me to my father and tell him you gave me the little dog which he loves. That the exquisite cloth was woven by your servants. Then I shall tell my brothers to divide the kingdom and rule together. And we shall come back here to your castle. I shall look after you and try to repay your kindness to me.
You are kind, Prince Kenneth. But I can't believe you could be happy with a white cat for your companion.
Oh, but I am. How it is that you can speak, I do not know. But until you're ready to tell me, I am content to wait.
Very well, then, Prince.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Order the golden chariot, the 12 snow-white horses with their diamond trappings.
Yes, Your Highness.
We must start at once if we are to keep the appointment with your father, as you agreed.
Then you'll come with me to my father.
Yes, Prince. But when we arrive, you must do exactly as I say.
On my oath, I promise.
Then come, for you've made me very, very happy.
Your bride is indeed lovely.
Isn't she, Father?
Thank you, Your Majesty.
And yours, Larry.
Thank you, Father.
How do you do, dear princess? We welcome you to our court.
Thank you, sire.
Well, Kenneth, where's your bride?
I have no bride, Father. Only this little white cat.
Well, Kenneth, this is indeed a surprise. Each year you've managed to bring the gift that has been judged the best. But this time you present us with a little white cat, who is charming, I grant you, but you started out to look for a beautiful princess. What in heaven's name has made you come back with just a little cat?
It must seem very strange to you, Father. But this little cat has been my friend when I most needed one. I do not expect to rule the kingdom. I only wanted to bring her here to explain to you, and then to say goodbye. For I'm going back to her country and look after her forever.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, Kenneth, this is absurd. You'll do nothing of the kind. Now, if you want the cat, all right, keep her here, but certainly you'll not leave us to go heaven knows where just to look after a little white kitten.
But I will. I'm sorry, Father. This is the first time I have ever disobeyed you. But I mean what I say.
Kenneth, please, listen to me.
What do I hear?
Yes, Blanchette, what is it? Oh, please listen, Father.
Remember your promise to me. You will do as I say?
Yes, Blanchette. What do you want me to do?
Take your sword and cut off my head.
What? Blanchette.
Do as I say. I hold you to your promise.
Blanchette, I can't do this thing. I can't.
You must. I command you to.
This is the saddest day of my life, Blanchette. And a poor way to express my gratitude. I cannot bear to hurt you.
I hold you to your promise. Obey me, please.
Very well. Farewell, my little friend. I shall never forget you. What do I see before me?
Why, the most beautiful woman in all the world. Who are you? Where did you come from?
Thank you, Kenneth. You have released me from my enchantment.
What is she talking about?
What did you say?
Years ago, the wicked magicians were angry with me because I wouldn't marry the king of the dwarfs. They changed me into the cat you knew. Changed all my court into cats. Or the people with the invisible bodies whose hands served you.
I can't believe it.
It is true. Kenneth, your love for me has broken the spell. And once more I am a princess, and a very happy one, because you're so tender and so true.
Well, Kenneth, once more you have won. Beyond all doubt, the kingdom is yours.
But, Your Majesty, I have a kingdom of my own. If Kenneth will, he shall be my king and rule with me. And your other sons may follow in your reign.
If I will. Oh, Blanchette, will you do me the honor to marry me?
Yes, Kenneth. For I have loved you always.
My blessings on you both. And may you live happily ever after.
That winds up the yarn today, pretenders. Wasn't it a swell story? Well, we just have time for a musical number, and here it is.
I've got a friend who's big and round, and oh so jolly, gee whiz. Lend me your ear and you will hear just who this fellow is. He's Punky Punkin, the happy pumpkin, happy all the day. And his great big smile will scare your cares away.
Punky Pumpkin, the happy pumpkin, never wears a frown. You can see that he's cut out to be a clown. The candlelight inside him makes his eyes light up and gleam. They shine right through the window at you for a happy Halloween. Punky Pumpkin's a happy pumpkin, and do you know why? 'Cause he's a jack-o'-lantern instead of being a pumpkin pie. The candlelight inside him makes his eyes light up and gleam. They shine right through the window at you for a happy Halloween. Punky Pumpkin's a happy pumpkin, and do you know why? 'Cause he's a jack-o'-lantern instead of being a pumpkin pie. Punky Pumpkin, the happy pumpkin, happy all the day. And his great big smile will scare your cares away. Punky Pumpkin, the happy pumpkin, never wears a frown. You can see that he's cut out to be a clown. The candlelight inside him makes his eyes light up and gleam. They shine right through the window at you for a happy Halloween. Punky Pumpkin's a happy pumpkin, and do you know why? 'Cause he's a jack-o'-lantern instead of being a pumpkin pie.
Well, pretenders, time's up for today. But we'll be back next week with Uncle Bill and all the gang and another story just for you. Oh, yes, there'll be special music, too. So be sure to join our cruise of the airwaves to the land of Let's Pretend next week at this same time. Don Thompson speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire. 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go. Firefighters! Presenting Firefighters, the true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll hear the outcome of Chief Cody's talk with Tim Collins and the Chief's warning that Tim had better watch out for trouble from Polecat and Scrubby. But before we listen in on Tim's answer, here's something you'd like to know. Let's go, firefighters. Let's go to Chief Cody's office at Fire Department headquarters, where, as you remember, the Chief has asked Tim Collins to outline the accident in which Engine 209 was involved.
Now, just to keep the record straight, Collins, you've handed me the report that Lieutenant Greenspan wrote up.
Everything's in that report, Chief Cody.
I want to hear it now as you saw it happen yourself.
Oh, well, sir, responding to an alarm, we were rolling along the boulevard. At the corner where Hickman Street crosses, Gonigal slammed on his brakes.
Good man, Gundigal. Never takes a needless chance. Go on.
Yes, sir. A moment later, Well, I was on the rear step of engine 209. I couldn't see what Gonigal was stopping for. But a moment later, there was a slight collision.
That's when this other car's fender was ripped off.
That's it, Chief. The other car shot out of Hickman Street, crossed right in front of us.
Great black billows of smoke. Was the driver insane?
I don't know, sir. Maybe worse.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, I'll tell you, sir. When Lieutenant Greenspan saw no great damage was done, he ordered me to drop off the engine and went on to the scene of the fire.
Perfectly correct. Used good sense. His duty was to get to that fire, as long as his engine could operate or he had a man left in his crew. All right, go on.
Oh, well, sir, then I got the names of the driver of that car and the man who was with him.
Man, you say? These aren't just crazy, reckless kids, then, huh?
Grown men, sir, in their 20s. A couple of hoodlums. And that's why I say they're worse than insane, Chief.
Yes, I see what you're getting at. They know the damage they could do. They knew the chance they were taking, making a dash in front of a fire engine. A couple of tough guys.
Oh, well, yes, sir. They were sort of tough until... Well, I talked to them a little.
Yeah?
Yes, sir. I'm afraid I got a little tough with them myself, Chief.
Good. Wish I'd been there.
Well, Chief, that's all there was to it. Now it's up to the department to press charges of reckless driving.
And you can be sure the department will follow through, Collins. But watch yourself.
Sir?
You're on which platoon at Company 209, Collins?
Third, sir. I'll be sleeping at the firehouse starting tonight.
Well, then on your way to the firehouse, Collins, you'd better keep to the well-lighted streets for a while.
Oh, you think those hoodlums might hold a grudge. Don't worry, Chief. I can take care of myself.
I know you can, boy. But don't forget, a rat fights best in the dark. And these two are rats.
Now, Chief Cody is speaking more truly than he knows, because at that very moment, the two men he is discussing with Tim Collins are holding a discussion of their own. Near the front of a shabby pool room in the low quarter of the city, Coldcat is telling his pal Scrubby.
Listen, I tell you, there ain't no mistake. This guy Collins, he goes on night duty tonight.
The big, fat-headed, flat-footed... like to busted my arm.
There ain't no mistake, 'cause my old lady knows the night watchman over to the bakery across from the firehouse, see? And tonight, this Collins, his gang goes on night duty.
Now, look, we get some guys together, see? And Collins, he's coming along the street near the firehouse, you see? And one of the boys goes up to him and he says, pardon me, buddy, you got a match? Say, then we...
Nah.
No, listen. We beat up on him, see?
No.
Listen, we ain't gonna let him get away with it, almost busting our arms, the two of us.
You want he should bust our neck, too? That guy plays rough.
Well, the other guys, they can soften him up first.
What other guys? Who's going to trust us, or us trust them so nobody goes and stools to the cops? Ain't we got enough? This Collins is going to hang a reckless driving rap on me.
Well...
Listen, let me talk. I got the idea. Only we need dough.
Dough, we always need dough.
Yeah, but this time we got to have it fast. You got to ask your married sister, Margie. She'll give you some dough, see?
No, Polecat, not again.
Okay, you don't want to square up with this Collins guy. Okay, I'll do it alone.
How?
What do you care how? You ain't going along, not unless you get some dough off your married sister, Margie.
Listen, my married sister, Margie's husband, he says, okay, she can let me sack up at that joint, he says, but no dough. Now, the next time I touch Margie for a piece of change, he says I'm out.
Look, where's your sister, Margie, keep the house money?
He don't even hide it. The guy she married, the big lug, any dough that's missing, he says I get my neck busted, and he will, too.
What a dope.
Ain't he?
No, I mean you. What a dope.
Me?
Look, don't nobody else live in that tenement, only you and your married sister, Margie, and that lug she married? Ain't there no neighbors?
So what?
So the house money gets tucked. Who done it?
Me.
No. The neighbors, Scrubby, the neighbors.
Hey, maybe it would work. That's one I never tried yet.
Sure, the neighbors. Tell them it's the neighbors took the dough.
Come on, let's get going.
Hey, wait. Where's the guy that runs this pool room?
Gimpy? He's down back at the pool tables. He's watching the guys at the tables. They shouldn't tear the cloth.
Look, the cigar case ain't locked. The door's sticking open.
Take it easy now. Just kind of stroll past.
He won't miss a handful, maybe. Got him, Scrubby?
Come on outside. Hop in the car and...
Hey, you! Let alone the cigars!
Beat it!
Car, don't start up fast.
Stop it, thief! Stop it!
Go jump in the lake!
Don't never come back!
Don't worry, we won't never come back.
Reapers, we shouldn't have let him see us bag them cigars.
What's the odds? What can he do to us? Give me one.
We got no time now. We got to get to your married sister Margie's dough and buy gas for the crate. Fix it where we'll meet tonight.
Yeah, sure, but you ain't told me yet.
What ain't I told you yet? I told you all you need to know.
Oh, you ain't. You never said what it is we're going to do tonight. How are we going to get even with that guy Collins? And him pounding his ears safe in his bed in a firehouse.
Ah, that's it. He ain't gonna pound nowhere in no bed tonight. That's the point.
Hours later, as the city sleeps, a dim figure lurks in the dark doorway. As the sound of a distant motor is heard approaching, the skulking figure moves out onto the sidewalk.
Scrubby, is that you?
Who else?
Get in.
Thought you'd never get here. What are we going to do?
Seen any cops?
A scout car went by just after 12. They never seen me.
We'll pull into an alley and talk.
Look out you don't run into no dead-end alley. We don't want to get boxed in.
I know these alleys like I know my own face in a mirror. Here, this'll do.
Hey, this is the alley behind Foynahan's Grill. I seen a box in the corner, the fire alarm box.
Yeah, that's why we come in here.
Are we going to bust into Foynahan's or set it on fire? Hey, that's an idea. We go around setting fires.
Ah,
and then...
pipe down. Let me do the thinking, Scrubby. Listen, Collins and them others. You know how they sleep in them firehouses?
Sure, same as any place else, ain't it?
Yeah, sure, but when the alarm comes in, you know what happens when the alarm comes in?
Now, how would I know? Since when I've been a fireman sleeping in a firehouse?
Well, listen then. There's this here big gong, see? It rings. And then the lights in the room where the guys are sleeping, the lights all go on. So all over the city, see, when the alarm comes in, up they get, slide down the pole, and climb on the fire wagon.
Yeah? Suppose it ain't for them.
Then they go back upstairs and hit the hay again. That's what the night watchman tells my old lady, the night watchman across from engine 209 at the bakery, see?
I'm getting cold. Yeah, it's cold tonight. I don't like sitting here.
You'll get hot enough soon, Scrubby.
Well, what are we going to do, Polecat?
False alarms.
Hey.
How do you like that?
Boy.
Sounds good, huh?
Yeah, but they'll catch us.
With me driving this crate, don't worry. Cops or firemen or nothing, I don't care what. Nobody don't catch me, not when I know these back alleys like I know my own face.
Oh, man.
Now, you ain't sorry you bagged your married sister Margie's house money, huh? Even if the guy she marries catches wild.
Oh, the heck with him. When do we start, Polecat?
Well, what's keeping you?
Huh?
The box, you dope, the box, back where he turned into this alley.
Oh, sure, the alarm box. Oh, boy, they'll think it's Foynahan's burning up.
Go pull a box, Scrubby. I'll get set for the getaway.
Here goes.
Make it fast!
This is rich, boy. Oh, is this ever rich?
In less than a minute after Scrubby slips out of the car to set Polecat's wicked plan in motion, at the dormitory of Company 209, as in every fire department dormitory in the city, lights flash on. Great gongs tear the firemen from sleep.
Turn out! Come on, Gonigal, you want it on the telephone. Come on, out of my way. Let me hit that pole, Gonigal.
On the pole.
All right, 112. That's us. First due on the call board.
All clear.
All aboard. Let's go.
So Engine Company 209 rolls to its first alarm. As Chief Cody, snug in his bed miles away, opens one eye, hearing the signal on the special alarm bell in his own quarters.
Well, there go the boys. Glad I'm not on duty tonight. So sleepy it'd take 5 bells to make me turn out tonight.
But the chief is wrong. There'll be no 5-alarm fire tonight. But soon Chief Cody will be out on the streets with Tim Collins and the rest for a wild ride through the darkness as Polecat and Scrubby carry on their vicious practical joke. Don't miss the next thrilling episode, another true-to-life story of the firefighters. In just a moment, Chief Bob Cody will tell you, boys and girls, how you can help the firefighters in your own hometown. But first, here's a message you ought to hear. And now, Chief Bob Cody with a special notice for the Firefighters Brigade. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is your friend, Chief Cody. And I'd like to know what you think of this trick of pulling false alarms. I know how I feel. It's a vicious, reckless kind of trick. It risks the lives of firemen and the safety of expensive apparatus for nothing. And if an engine or ladder truck should be out answering a false alarm, there could be delay in rolling to a real fire, resulting in loss of property and even life. That's my opinion, and I hope it's yours, too. So long for now.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back on the same station the next time you hear
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go. Firefighters.
Firefighters is a copyrighted feature of William F. Holland Productions.
Now for Jerry of the Circus.
Goodbye, Rags. Now you stay quietly in this wagon and behave yourself. Now, no use wagging your tail. I won't take you along. But I'll be right back after the show. Now be a good dog.
That's right, Flossie. Keep going there, girl. Hey, out of the way, buddy.
Oh, sorry, mister. Golly, those horses are beaut.
Yeah, they sure are. Yeah, watch them get in the step before they even get near the big top. Say, you're the kid Randall took on this afternoon, aren't you?
Yeah.
He said he had a kid to help with the water. Hey, why don't you go on into the horse tent and get acquainted with Whitey? He's the head man.
Thanks. Sure it's all right?
Yeah, it'll be okay. This is a good time to see him while those Rosenbecks are working. Well, so long, kid.
Hello there.
Oh, are you Whitey?
Well, that's what they call me around here.
I'm Jerry.
Yeah?
Mr. Randall said I was to help you. You know, carry water.
Oh, yeah. So you're the boy. Know anything about horses?
Well, I helped Dad take care of a string of them for a couple of years out in Arizona.
Yeah?
Pretty mare over there.
Yeah.
That's her colt, huh? Cute, isn't he? How old is he?
About 3 months. Whoa there, lady. Take it easy. Hey there.
She'll break loose if she doesn't stop turning around so.
Wonder what's got into that mare.
Maybe I can quiet her, Whitey. Nice lady. What's the matter, lady, huh? What you nose in your coat for? Trying to push him right out of the stall.
Looks as if she wants to get rid of that colt, all right. I can see you understand horse talk, Sonny.
Shall I take the colt away?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Tie her up there in that empty stall, way down at the far end.
Okay. Kind of frisky, aren't you? Hey, what's his name, Whitey?
Splendor.
All right, Splendor. Here you go. Right into this empty stall. Take it easy there. Gee, you're a pretty pony.
Say, Jerry, when you finish tying up that colt, you better run along. That horse opry's about over, and I'll be busier than all get out when those Rosenbecks come back.
Okay, Whitey. Is the mare all right now?
Well, she's a little better, but still pretty nervous. Funny, she never acted like that before. Thanks, Jerry, for helping.
Oh, that's nothing.
Now, you be sure and report early in the morning, as soon as the horse tops up. I'll have plenty of work for you.
Okay, Whitey. Guess I'll go back to the big top and see the rest of the show. Night.
So long, Jerry.
Well, hello there, Jerry, my boy. Where you been? I've been looking for you.
Oh, hello, Bumps. I locked Rags up in the wagon, and then I met my new boss.
Oh, you mean Whitey?
Yeah, he's nice, isn't he?
Sure is. You'll get along with him just fine.
Say, Bumps.
Well, Jerry?
I feel terrible about Rags. I'm sorry he followed you into the ring like he did.
Well, as a matter of fact, that's what I wanted to see you about, Jerry. I've been talking to Mr. Randall.
Gee whiz. He isn't sore, is he?
No, not this time. We just kind of figured the circus kind of got in Rags' blood.
That's it. You know, the only time Rags ever ran away in his whole life was when a band came through town. He's crazy about band music.
Oh, well, that's swell. That's going to work out perfect.
What?
What would you think of letting Rags work?
Work?
In my act.
No. Oh, Bumps.
Well, why not?
You really mean it?
Sure. I think Rags and I understand each other pretty well.
Oh, gee, Bumps. Honest. I'm so excited I can hardly... Golly, imagine Rags a real circus trick dog.
Yeah. Hey, ought to be worth a little money to you, too, Jerry. I'll have to speak to Mr. Randall about that.
Ah, gee, Bumps, that's swell of you.
Hey, Jerry, look. They're bringing the lions back. Jason's just finished his act. You see him over there? They're taking the lions and tigers out of the big cage and putting them back in the animal wagon. Gee,
isn't that exciting, Bumps? Jason sure must be a brave man. Wish I could be a wild animal trainer.
Say, looks as if you'd like to be a three-ring circus all by yourself. Oh, here comes Jason now.
Boy, doesn't he look keen in that uniform?
Yeah, he's a handsome man, all right. Oh, Jason. Say, Jason.
Oh, hello, Bump.
Come here. I want you to meet a friend of mine. This is Jerry Dugan, Jason.
Hello, young fella. Glad to meet you.
Gee, me too.
Jerry here thinks he'd like to take up wild animal training.
Well, we might get around to that someday, Jerry. Whenever you see me putting the tigers through their tricks, drop around and watch. That's the way I started.
You did? You mean you can learn to train wild animals just from watching?
Well, now, maybe it isn't quite that easy, but you can learn a whole lot from observation.
Well, tell me exactly how you did start, will you? Weren't you afraid the first time you went into a cage with a lion?
Well, not exactly. You see, Jerry, I didn't start with lions.
No?
No, sir. The first animal I taught tricks to was a cat.
Oh, you mean a tiger, huh?
No, Jerry, not that kind of a cat. I mean a plain old alley cat.
Golly, that's not a wild animal. There isn't any danger to teach a plain old cat trick.
That's right, Jerry. But there's plenty to learn with a domestic animal before you take up with the wild ones. You have to learn patience and plenty of it. You have to learn to keep cool and level-headed. Even though it takes hours to teach one little trick, you have to be calm and never let the animal know you're excited.
No, you see, Jerry, there's a lot more to it than just cracking a whip and being brave.
Gee, I'll say there is.
Now, do you still think you'd like to learn to be an animal trainer?
Uh-huh. Because I already know how to train domestic animals.
You do?
Sure, I taught Rags most of the tricks he knows.
Rags? Who's Rags?
Oh, you haven't seen him yet. Well, Rags is my dog.
Yeah, and a mighty fine dog, too, Jason. I guess as friendly a little fella as I've ever seen.
Well, fine. Then you're one up on me, Jerry. I guess you're about ready to start on leopards and tigers now.
Oh, no. But I would like to see if I could get friendly with a little lion cub sometime.
Well, we'll see. You seem to like animals pretty well, and that's the first step to being a trainer.
Hey, quiet! All you guys not working, get over to the horse top, quick! There's a fire, and the horses are stampeding. Fire! Fire in the horse top! Hey, get those buckets! Fire in the horse top!
Bumps, that's what was wrong.
What was wrong, Jerry?
That mare. She must have smelled the smoke. Horses sense most things before we do. She was having a fit. That's why she wanted to get her colt out. She knew there was a fire starting.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jerry, but we'd better get moving. They'll be short-handed over there.
It's a bad night for a fire with that wind coming up.
Gee, you can see the blaze from here.
Lucky most of the horses are still working.
Every man grab a bucket.
What are all the men getting in line for?
They're forming a fire brigade.
Get all the buckets from the mess tent.
That's so they can pass the buckets of water up to the fire quick, Jerry. And the other line, over there, is to pass the empty buckets back to get them filled again.
Say, what about getting the elephants to help spray water on the fire?
Elephants? Good idea. How'd you happen to think of that?
Dad told me about saving the whole circus that way.
It's a swell idea. I'll see about getting the elephants, Jason.
Listen to those poor horses. Poor things.
Hey, Jason, give me a hand with these Arabians.
Let me help, too.
Oh, Jerry, now you run over to that box right outside the entrance and grab some of that canvas.
Okay.
Tear it up in strips and bring it back here. We have to blindfold those horses if we're going to lead them through the flames. Hurry up now.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Here comes Bumps with the elephants.
By golly, that's a swell idea. Look at those elephants spray water on that fire. I guess those trunks are good for something besides grabbing peanuts after all.
I'm afraid it's too late to do much good. That main pole's almost burnt through now.
Here's the canvas, Whitey.
Oh, good for you, Jerry. Come on, Jason. Quick, I think we can get them all out in one trip.
Clear that tent. She's going to cave in.
Did they get all the horses out?
All but the Arabians.
Whitey's bring them out now. Look, here he comes, and there's Jason. They got him all. Whitey. Hey, Whitey, did you get the colt? Remember, I tied him down in the forest stall.
Oh, gosh, I forgot about that colt. Oh, Jerry, don't go into that blazing tent. Oh, it'll fall in on you. It's too late to save that colt now. Here, you stay away from that top.
Take your hands off of me, Whitey. Let me get that colt.
That's right, Whitey. Hang on to Jerry. I'll get the colt.
It's too late, Jason. The tent's caving in now.
No, I can make it. Hey, you with that bucket. Throw that water on me. I'm going in that tent.
Jason, you can't make it.
Oh, there you are, Jerry. We got those elephants a little too late.
Bumps, Jason went into the tent.
Look, there it goes. Why doesn't Jason come out?
There he is.
Where
Right there in the smoke by the entrance. See him? And he's got the colt.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Jason, you did it. You poor little pony. Scared to death, aren't you?
Well, Jerry, I guess that's all. I could do with a bath.
Golly, man.
Are you hurt? No, but I'd take a cage of tigers in preference to a fire any day.
Oh, thanks, Jason. I'll never forget this.
Well, here come the boys with the fire extinguishers. They'll handle it from now on.
Oh, sure. Yeah, they'll get it under control, all right. Oh, gee whiz, it's almost 11. I gotta get back for the finale.
And I better go get Rags. He'll be scared stiff with all this noise and smoke. I'll go along with you, Bumps, as far as the wagon.
Yeah, okay, Jerry, but hurry now.
I'll be back and help you, Whitey, as soon as I get my dog.
Hey, you know, Jerry, that's the first fire we've had in over 5 years. It's lucky all the horses were saved.
Golly, wasn't Jason wonderful?
Yeah, it takes a brave man to handle lions, Jerry.
Wasn't he ever hurt, Bumps?
Well, I guess if you'd call being clawed by wild animals being hurt, he's had his share.
Then he has been clawed, huh?
Oh, plenty of times. But it doesn't seem to put any fear into him. He always figures it's his fault when something goes wrong and one of the animals gets at him.
And he goes right back into the cage with the same animal that clawed him, huh?
Yep. After a lot of stitches and a short stay in the hospital, he goes right into the steel with his cats again.
The steel? What do you mean, Bumps?
The steel, Jerry, is the big cage in the center ring where Jason puts on his act.
Oh, well, I thought that was a cage.
Well, yeah, that's what it really is, but around the circus you'll find we have a lot of different names for things.
Bumps, look it!
Huh? What?
The door to our wagon, it's open.
Well, what of it?
But I left Rags there. Rags! Rags! Rags, where are you? Bumps, he's gone. Rags is gone.
Of the circus.
Whitey!
Oh, it's you, Jerry. Hi there. I wondered where you disappeared to. Thought you were coming back to help me with the horses.
I was, Whitey, but Rags is gone.
Rags?
Yeah, I locked him up in our wagon, but during the fire somehow he must have got out. When I got back, the door was open, and he must have got frightened by the fire or something. I don't know. He never runs away.
Rags is your dog, huh?
Yeah, and he's all I got, Whitey. I just can't go away without him.
Nonsense, son. The circus will be out of here in a couple hours. You're not going to stay behind because of some little mud dog.
You don't understand. He's all the family I got, except an uncle I can't even find. Gee, Whitey, we've been hungry together, and you don't understand.
Oh, I guess I kind of get the idea, kid. You sure he's not in the circus lot anyplace?
I don't see how he could be. I've been calling him for hours, seems like, and I've been trying to watch all the wagons and things as they headed for the station.
Oh, you poor kid. Listen, I gotta keep moving, but jump on and I'll take you on into town. Now, he may have followed some of the audience during the fire. Maybe he's gone back to where you used to live.
Gee, I never thought of that. Golly, I'm dumb.
No, you're not. You're just plumb tired out. You've had enough excitement in the past 12 hours to last most boys a month of Sundays. Hop on. I gotta get moving. Hut, boy!
Gee, but it's good to sit down for a while.
I thought you were kind of done up. Had anything to eat?
Not since dinner.
That was 6, and now it's after 2. Reach under the seat there. You'll find a bag of apples.
Oh, thanks. Just I am kind of hungry. Boy. Here, Rags. I want to be sure I don't pass him on the way in.
Oh, you'll probably find him back where you used to live. Dogs usually go back home.
You're right. Of course, we haven't had much of a home. He probably doesn't know yet our home's in the wagon I locked him up in. Whitey, I just gotta find him. We just gotta stay with this circus. Rags! Rags! Wait, where are you going, Whitey?
Oh, that's right. This is a shortcut to the station. I forgot. We missed part of the town this way. You want to get off here?
Yeah, we were staying in a boarding house just a little ways from here.
Hi there! Easy, boy. Hi! Now, listen, Jerry. When you get down to that station, sure, by 2:45. That's when the last train pulls out.
If I find Rags, I will.
Jerry, it's great to feel that way about a dog. I'm proud of you. But your life belongs to the circus. The way you helped out at that fire tonight.
Oh, that was nothing.
And it was everything. And we need boys and men like you. Now, get that dog if you can. But remember, the circus has to go on, and you don't want to throw away your whole life just for...
Thanks, Whitey, but I can't give up Rags. But if I don't find him in time, you can just bet I'll get back to the circus somehow.
Got any money?
No, but...
Well, then, how you going to eat?
Oh, I can work.
Oh, you're too young. They'll pick you up and put you in an orphanage or something. Listen, son, I could give you some money, but I'm not going to. You get to that station, dog or no dog, see? Bye, kid. Good luck. Up there. See you later, Jerry.
So long. See you later. I hope. Rags! Rags! Where are you, Rags? Where are you? Rags! Rags! It's getting cold. Rags!
Hey, what are you yelling for? This is a decent neighborhood. Folks want to sleep.
Sorry, mister. I lost my dog.
Well, wait until morning.
Gee. Rags! Rags! Rags!
Well, what's up, kid?
Oh, hello, mister.
Live around here?
No,
Well, what you doing in this neighborhood?
looking for my dog.
Yeah? At 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Where do you live?
Well,
Quit stalling now.
I'm not. I live with the circus.
Yeah? It's leaving town.
I know. That's why I gotta get my dog before they...
Sorry, son, but I gotta run you in. What you got in your pockets? Nothing. Good. All right, get moving.
But I haven't done anything.
Maybe not. But there's been some petty thieving on this beat the last few nights, and we got orders to run in anyone at this time of night who can't explain what they're doing. Come on, get going.
But I can't explain. Gee, mister, please don't take me in. I just gotta get that dog. The train's leaving in about an hour, and...
All right. You can explain it to the desk sergeant. You got plenty of time to make that train.
But I gotta get my dog.
Here we are, kid. Here's the radio car. Won't take a minute to check your story. All right, get in. There we are. Now, no tricks, kid.
Honest, mister, I've been trying to find my dog all evening. He got away from the wagon and must have got frightened while they were moving the circus.
I thought you said you belonged to the circus.
We do.
Then why'd he be scared? Ain't he used to moving?
Well, you see, we just joined just today.
Oh, so you live around here, eh?
No, we just been here a few weeks.
Well, where'd you stay?
Oh, well, we
yeah,
stayed...
funnier and funnier. You'll have to tell a better story to the desk sergeant. Well, here we are. Out you get. All right. Come on in here now. Hello, Sarge.
Oh, Doc. Well, where'd you get the boy?
I picked him up in the woodlawn section.
Yeah? Pretty young. What's your name, son?
Jerry Dugan.
Jerry Dugan, huh? Dugan. That's funny. That name's familiar. Hey, wait a minute. That's the name of the boy that O'Brien woman sent in the complaint about. The kid that skipped owing rent. Had a dog, I think. Here, let me look through these files.
Oh, yeah? Well, it ties in, then. This kid claimed he was looking for his dog. What kind of dog was it?
White, not so big, and kind of curly.
Here it is. Yep, that's what I thought. Jerry Dugan, a minor, wanted. 2 weeks' rent, and, let me see. Yeah, you got freckles, all right. Brown hair, blue eyes, about 11, and a white dog.
There was no dog with him.
That's what I told you. I was looking for him.
Well, I'm afraid that clinches it, son. Guess we'll have to lock you up for the night.
Oh, no, not tonight. Oh, gee, you can't do that.
What do you mean, can't?
Oh, I mean, but gee, the circus is leaving town in about an hour, and I...
Still sticking to that circus yarn, eh?
But honest, it's true. Gee, mister, can't you believe me?
There'll be plenty of time to check on that tomorrow. You see in this report, it says you're an orphan.
Yeah, that's true. Dad just died only last week.
Well, I'm sorry, son, but you see this lady, what's her name?
Mrs. O'Brien.
Yeah, Mrs. O'Brien. She says she's trying to arrange to have the boy put in an orphanage.
Oh, no, you can't do that.
I'm afraid I wouldn't have anything to do with that.
But an orphanage...
Why, they'd take good care of you. Good food and...
Oh, no.
Well, we'll see about all that in the morning, buddy.
No, you can't do that to me.
Now, just take it easy. You get a good night's sleep, and then you'll feel different.
No, I won't. Anyhow, how can I sleep with Rags gone and the circus gone, and it'll be just too late?
Sorry, but with all the Woodlawn trouble in the past few nights, and you being at large, according to the claim of this O'Brien woman, I can't let you go without checking pretty thoroughly. Tom, put him in 113. Night, kid.
No, please. My dog, you can't put me in jail. You can't. I don't want to. Please let me alone. I don't want to go to jail.
Jason, have they found Jerry?
No, Patsy. But I've been talking to Whitey. Seems he picked the kid up and drove him toward town. He was looking for Rags, but Whitey thinks he'll be here by 2:45. He told him 15 minutes earlier than the train pulls out, so he'd be sure and make it.
But it's almost 3 now, and Jerry's not here. You don't think he could have gotten into any trouble, do you?
No, now don't you worry your pretty head about Jerry. He'll get here, Patsy.
Bumps told me that you'd found Rags.
Yeah, he was having a wonderful time sniffing around the ashes. I was afraid he'd get run over with all those wagons and things, so I locked him up in my place. I tried to feed him, but he acted funny. I guess he's not feeling so well.
Poor little mutt. All that excitement of doing his act and everything.
What do you mean, doing his act?
Well, didn't you hear?
No.
Well, Rags followed Bumps into the ring last night and went through a routine that had the audience laughing so they were practically in the aisle.
You don't mean it.
Yes, I do. I heard Mr. Randall say that they were going to put the dog in the act. Bumps was pleased pink. I never saw anyone so surprised as Bumps when he found that dog following him. He was crazier than usual trying to get that pup out of the ring. Gee, what a trooper that clown is. Best in the business. I laughed so I cried and had to do my makeup all over again before going on with my own act.
He's a cute dog, all right.
I'll say.
Funny thing, he wouldn't eat. I got him a nice bone from the cook's tent.
Jason, it's 20 minutes of 3. Jerry's not here yet. He won't come without that dog.
Sure he will.
No, he won't, Jason. I know. He worships that dog. He'd give up the circus and everything for it. And you've got the dog and he doesn't even know it. You've just got to find him, Jason.
Well, I've no idea where to look. Say, just a minute. Hey, taxi.
Taxi, mister?
Yeah, just a minute. Listen, Patsy, I'll cruise around town in that taxi for a few minutes. I might just happen to see him.
But, Jason...
Don't worry, I'll catch the train all right. You stay here and keep a lookout for Jerry. He might get back before I do.
Good luck. And, Jason, you might try the police station.
Quick, driver, step on it. Right through town.
The National Biscuit Company presents The Adventures of Rin Tin Tin.
Rin Tin Tin, Rin Tin Tin, Rin Tin Tin, Rin Tin Tin is brought to you by shredded wheat and milk bone too. Rinny and Rusty side by side, loyal, heroic, the regiment's pride. Action, drama, you'll find them in the thrilling adventures of Rin Tin Tin.
The National Biscuit Company presents this week's adventure of Rin Tin Tin.
Okay, Rennie, here I come.
Wow, keeping up with Rin Tin Tin is a real man-sized job. Now tell me, Rusty, just how do you do it?
Well, sir, every morning I have me a man-sized breakfast. Nabisco shredded wheat. And boy, is Nabisco shredded wheat ever fun to eat. It looks just like a raft in your milk.
Oh, you're so right. And believe me, those rafts of Nabisco shredded wheat are just loaded with energy. The energy you need to keep you on the go all day long. In fact, everybody needs the raft of energy in Nabisco shredded wheat.
Besides all that energy, Nabisco shredded wheat tastes so good. Crunchy and everything. So be like me Every morning sail a raft of Nabisco shredded wheat into your breakfast bowl.
Kids, just ask Mom to get you the package with Niagara Falls on the end. And then you're sure that you're eating the kind that Rusty eats. Nabisco, the original shredded wheat. And now, back to the adventures of Rin Tin Tin.
Lieutenant Rip Masters speaking, officer of the 101st Cavalry stationed at Fort Apache. We're known as the Fighting Blue Devils. As you all know, soldiers are called upon at a moment's notice to perform all sorts of duties, and at times, if necessary, even to risk their lives. So we're prepared for anything, always on the alert, night and day. I can give you a good example of what I'm talking about. Fort Apache had settled down for a good night's sleep when a special courier arrived. I was immediately summoned to Major Swanson's office. Except for the sentries, Sergeant O'Hara, and myself, the rest of the post was deep in slumber. But Rusty and Rennie were awake, although they weren't supposed to be.
Gee, Rennie, something's up all right. Rip went to the major's quarters right after that courier arrived. Even Sergeant O'Hara got called to the major's office. It all looks kind of hush-hush. I know something big is going on, but we probably won't know what it is till it's all over.
Rusty.
What is it, Biff?
Lieutenant Master sends his respects and requests that you fall out at the stables in full uniform in 5 minutes.
Gosh, what's it all about?
Search me, top secret.
Is the troop moving out?
Nope, just Major Swanson, Lieutenant Masters, and you.
Huh? Rip and the major and me?
And Rennie. Now hop to it, soldier.
Gosh. Okay, I am hurrying. Sir, when do I find out where we're going?
When we get there, Rusty.
What are we going to do?
This is your first secret mission, Rusty. So remember this. The Army often gives orders without explaining them. And a soldier follows orders without questioning them.
Yes, sir.
There's the rendezvous point, sir.
San Juan de la Cruz.
Well, Corporal, now you know where.
The old mission. But I still don't know why.
We're meeting Lieutenant Sharp, Army Intelligence.
Oh, boy.
Thanks for coming, Major Swanson. You know Lieutenant Masters and Honorary Corporal Rusty.
Of course. That's why I'm here. Hello, Rip. Good to see you, Sharp. Hello, Rusty.
Hello, sir. Lieutenant.
I told them all about you and Rennie in Washington.
Gosh. You hear that, Rennie?
Suppose you let us in on the secret now, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. I'll make it brief. The United States is about to sign a treaty for aid to Mexico. Our ambassador is on his way to Mexico now to meet President Diaz. When this treaty is signed, it'll knock the props out from under Don Cortez and his phony revolution.
Then he won't have any more reasons to raid and steal.
Exactly, sir. So Don Cortez may try to stop the ambassador from getting through.
Well, why not send a decoy on the obvious route and send the ambassador another way?
Well, I'm glad you're on our side, Lieutenant, because that's the plan. You see, over there?
Yes?
That's the decoy stagecoach, Rip. And you're the decoy ambassador.
Hey. Well, I never thought I'd wind up in the diplomatic service. When do I leave?
As soon as we complete your disguise.
How much does Don Cortez know about the ambassador?
Only that he's traveling with his family, sir.
Oh. Thought I heard a girl's voice over there.
She is Miss Curtis, and a loyal Mexican. She volunteered to act as the wife. To complete the family picture, we need a boy and a dog.
Then can me and Rennie volunteer, sir?
Oh, just a minute. Before you volunteer, let me explain. Intelligence has to eliminate every risk. Our troops will escort the coach to the border. Then a Mexican guard will take it the rest of the way. As far as we figure, there's no real danger.
But something could go wrong, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. There's always that chance.
Sir?
Rusty, you have to think of this for Rennie as well as yourself.
Sir? Me and Rennie volunteer. We're sure riding in style, all right, Rennie.
That we are, Rusty.
I hope it all works out well, Lieutenant.
Well, I must say you've convinced me of one thing, Miss Curtis.
What is that, Lieutenant?
When I decide to take marriage seriously, I'm certainly going to let the Army choose my wife.
I hope she will have as good reason to be your wife as I have to act the part.
Oh, yes, I hope so.
Hey, we're coming to a stop, Rip.
I guess we're almost to the border, Rusty.
We should be there by now.
We're at the border. Here's where I leave you. Good luck, Rip. Miss Curtis. Corporal, be a good soldier.
Yes, sir.
Masters, you move off as soon as I confer with the Mexican officer and his men.
Right, Sharp.
Take care of yourselves.
Capitan Fernando Gonzalez, your service, senor.
I'm Lieutenant Sharp, United States Army Intelligence.
My pleasure, senor.
Do you think you have enough men, Captain?
Enough to take care of your ambassador and his family.
All right, Captain. Carry on. Drivers, get moving!
Mexican soldiers look kind of sloppy.
Well, they aren't as well trained as our soldiers, perhaps. But they're good men, Rusty.
Hey, Rip, we're slowing down. What's the matter?
I don't know. Miss Curtis, would you know of any reason for stopping here?
I have no idea, Lieutenant, really.
Well, we've stopped. I don't know what could be wrong.
The captain's coming over, Rip.
Yes.
Relax, my ambassador friend.
What's the trouble, Captain?
No trouble. You are sensible, senor ambassador. You are the prisoners of Don Cortez.
Huh?
Too bad. Your driver did not show more discretion.
Ready!
Rusty, hold it! Stay here.
Ready!
You drive!
Ready! Ready! Rip, let go of me, please!
Rusty, be still.
I can't!
You have to, Rusty.
I have to go back to Rennie. Please, Rip!
There's nothing you can do for him now. Pull yourself together. Now, that's an order, soldier.
Rennie!
Rennie took his chances back there, same as we did at the start of this mission.
He got himself shot fighting for us.
That's why we have to make sure he didn't do it for nothing.
Well, what can we do now? We're prisoners.
The longer these bandits think they have the ambassador, the longer the ambassador has to reach Mexico City.
Yeah, I guess that's right, Rip.
We just have to stick to our job, Rusty. Isn't that right, Miss Curtis?
I believe that is the idea, Lieutenant Masters.
But Rennie's laying back there, dying, Rip.
Rennie was a great and good soldier, Rusty.
Yeah, but...
He did his duty as he saw it, like all fine soldiers must.
I know, Rip, but we didn't even try to help him.
In battle, you aren't always able to help, Rusty.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Rip, but we're sure gonna miss him.
I know, Rusty. I know.
He was my buddy.
You're forgetting one thing, Corporal.
What?
We have to help the ambassador reach Mexico City, alive. That was our assignment, Rusty.
Yes, sir. We'll make it okay, Rip, won't we?
I hope so, Rusty. From now on, things are going to get tougher. In fact, very tough.
Yes, sir. We're prisoners, all right.
Well, now you know what Don Cortez is like.
Don Cortez?
That man was not Don Cortez.
Wasn't Don Cortez?
How do you know, Miss Curtis?
Because Don Cortez is my brother.
The stagecoach rumbled on mile after mile. The three of us sat inside in silence. Miss Curtis's information had stunned both Rusty and myself. It appeared that we had played right into the hands of the bandit outlaw Don Cortez. And it certainly seemed that Miss Curtis was an accomplice. I was so angry I could hardly contain myself. And yet I couldn't bring myself to speak to the attractive young woman on the seat opposite me. All of a sudden, I found words. So did Rusty.
But, Miss Curtis, I just don't understand.
There's one thing I don't get, Miss Curtis, or Cortez.
Yes?
These men still act as if they think I'm the ambassador.
Is that not what they are supposed to think?
Not since you've undoubtedly told Don Cortez the ambassador took another route.
I have not talked to my brother in over a year. I want this treaty to go through. I volunteered for this job to make up for some of my brother's wrongs.
Then I hope you know what you've done.
I do not understand.
The minute Don Cortez sees you, he'll know I'm not the ambassador. In a way, it didn't really matter what motive Miss Curtis or Cortez had. She did manage to place us in an extremely dangerous position. But more importantly, she was endangering the life of an ambassador of the United States. For the moment Don Cortez discovered our ruse, he would spare no effort to hunt down and perhaps destroy the ambassador. I'll be back in a minute to tell you the rest of the story.
Say, what's going on here?
Oh, that's King. He belongs to a friend of mine.
Well, it looks like King can do a lot of tricks, just like Rin Tin Tin can.
Sure can, because Billy trained him with milk-bone dog biscuits, just like I trained Rennie.
Do you mean that every time King learns a trick, Billy gives him milk-bone dog biscuit as a reward?
Yep. It was easy to train him that way. He obeys, too. He really likes milk-bone.
But you know, Rusty, and you kids listening in, too, milk-bone dog biscuits do more for your dog than just making training easier.
It's good for his health, too.
Right. Milk-bone is packed with proteins, mineral, and vitamins, and has more energy per pound than beefsteak. You could feed your dog nothing else, and he'd thrive. So why don't all you kids listening do what Rusty and Billy do? Feed your dog Nabisco Milk-Bone Dog Biscuits in the yellow and red box. It comes in 3 bone sizes, small, medium, or large. Your dog will love Milk-Bone. And now, back to the adventures of Rin Tin Tin.
Lieutenant Rip Masters again. There wasn't anything we could do except to believe Miss Curtis's story that she was trying to make up for her brother's wrongs. Her brother, the powerful outlaw bandit Don Cortez. All we could do was to wait and see. After all, we were captives. We didn't have to wait too long. After another hour of fast traveling, our stagecoach rolled into the stronghold of Don Cortez and came to a stop in a tiny square. We were ordered out of the coach.
And now, Senor Ambassador, you shall meet Don Cortez.
1 minute. It's been a long trip. My wife is very tired. She needs rest.
Come, Senor.
Really, this is highly improper.
She will have much time for rest, Senor. Later.
I insist.
Senor, you see this knife? You still insist?
Lead the way.
You can't be reasonably, Senor.
Miss Curtis.
Yes?
That veil on your hat, quick. Cover your face with it.
All right.
Keep your face hidden. Don't talk.
Doc! Open the door! Go inside and down the steps, Senor Ambassador. Senor, see the gentleman and his 2 friends in chains?
No.
Senor Ambassador, I present to you, safely contained by chains, Don Cortez.
Don?
What? Enjoy your stay, Senor Ambassador, with Don Cortez.
Don Cortez, you're a prisoner too?
I have never been anything else here.
Don.
Maria.
Oh, my brother. Oh, how can you ever forgive me?
Forgive you, Maria.
For listening to all those terrible lies about you.
It is Miguel Sanchez's favorite joke. The reputation he has earned for me.
But how? Why?
Oh, it is simple. I have always been known to Mexico as a patriot. My movement for land reform built a large following. More and more people joined me. Among them, Miguel Sanchez and his men.
Don.
Then, behind my back, using my name and the principles of my cause, Sanchez made his raids. I learned of his raids when people began to drop away from me, disillusioned in me.
Oh, Don.
Go on, sir.
When I challenged Sanchez, he made me a prisoner and continued his thieving in my name.
Oh, my brother, you have suffered so.
But Maria, how did you get here?
I will let Lieutenant Masters explain.
These two men with you, do they speak English?
Oh, si, but they are loyal friends. Juan Hernandez and Arturo Vallejo. You may speak freely.
All right. Come closer, amigos. And so I set about explaining to Don Cortez our plans and what had happened to us. There was a part of the story I left out because I didn't know it. Rin Tin Tin had only been stunned by the bullet which hit him. And at that very moment, he was on our trail. But he was being very careful not to be seen. It was a good thing, because a messenger on his way to Sanchez was traveling the same road. Rennie crouched in the brush until the rider was out of sight. Then he set out on the trail again. A short time later, that same messenger reined up in front of the dungeon where we were being held. And he handed a letter to Sanchez, who quickly opened it.
Open the door. We wish to see our prisoners. I have news for our guests. Amigos, I'm about to order your last meal.
This time you go too far, Sanchez. The United States government will not accept the murder of its ambassador lightly.
You are polite, Don Cortez. Lieutenant, I have just learned the ambassador has already arrived in Mexico City.
Mission accomplished, Rusty.
Yeah, Rip.
Sanchez, that treaty provides arms for a Mexican army big enough to blast you out of business. You're finished.
Except that I too have tricks, senor. I shall see that your death is blamed on that terrible bandito, Don Cortez.
Oh, no.
Then I become a national hero. For I single-handed will capture and kill notorious Don Cortez. I hope I have not spoiled your appetite for the feast I'm sending you.
It's no use, Rusty. We'll never get out through that door.
One more try, Rip.
No use, Rusty. Gotta think of something else.
It's Rennie.
Rusty. There are probably other dogs around here.
No, Rip, I know Rennie when I hear him.
Well, here comes our last meal.
There must be something we can do. Has to be something.
I'll get him.
Good work, Rennie.
Rusty, get his key and release Don Cortez and his men.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant, do you think...
I think we can get out of here.
We are free, senor.
Come on. Wait a minute. Wait. I want to have a look around. We're in luck. They haven't unharnessed the coach. Don, do you know where they keep the horses?
Si.
These people used to follow you. Can we round up enough of them to give Sanchez a fight?
Oh, si. If I have a chance to explain to them...
Good. Hernandez, Vallejo, you'll take care of Rusty and Miss Curtis. We'll hide them near the coach. Then, Don, you and I'll get the horses and head south. We'll make our escape obvious, get them to chase us. As soon as the camp is clear, grab the coach, head north for the border. I'll meet you there. Everything clear? Now, we'll head for the horses. You head for the coach.
Come on, Miss Curtis. We're going to the coach.
All right.
Nobody's seen us yet. So far, so good.
Only Don and the lieutenant can just...
They'll get the horses all right. stagecoach. Juan and Arturo, you drive. Well, you ride in here, Rennie. Okay, Juan, let's go.
We have lost the Americano and Don Cortez. Silencio! They could not have gone this way, Pedro. It is better we go back. We can't stand make terms while we have the woman and the boy. Amigos, we like.
From our hiding place in the rocks just above them, Don Cortez and I watched Sanchez and his bandits head back for town. Then the two of us rode on to gather Don Cortez's friends so we could fight the outlaws. While we were doing this, Sanchez and his men arrived back at their hideaway to discover that Rusty and Miss Curtis had made off in the stagecoach.
They had taken the stagecoach. Yeah, they would head for the border. And they would have to take the road. We can cut through the mountains.
Rusty. Oh, don't worry, man. We must be pretty close to the border now.
We got tablets over here. We wait till the time is right and then attack. The stage! It is coming, amigos! Be ready! Amigos, he's from Cortez and the lieutenant with man! I will get the war in one. That will stop them! Hey! Boy, get out of the court!
Are you all right, Rip?
Yes, I'm okay, Rusty.
Hey, Rip, look!
The banditos are running. Without a leader, they're nothing.
Oh, Lieutenant, how can I thank you?
Well, you better thank Rin Tin Tin, Miss Cortez.
Wow, I guess the mission's really accomplished this time.
Yes, Rusty, it is.
On behalf of the Republic of Mexico, it is my great honor to have been selected by El Presidente Diaz to come to Fort Apache to present my country's highest honor for bravery. To 3 gallant Americanos, I bring these medals. Lieutenant Ripley Masters.
Thank you.
Corporal Rusty B. Company.
Thank you, Don. I mean, sir.
See, it is good. Private Rin Tin Tin. The lieutenant, the boy I could handle. But will somebody show me how I can pin this medal on the dog?
Now, let's listen as Rusty rehearses Rennie for his adventures.
Pretend you're wrestling with a bad Indian, Rennie. Good boy. Now you're supposed to warn the fort of an attack. Okay, Rennie, you've earned your milk bone.
Ah, so that's your training secret, Rusty. Milk bone.
It sure helps, Mr. Morrow. Rennie learns tricks faster when milk bone's the reward.
Is that the only time he has it?
Oh, no. Well, Rennie gets milk bone for breakfast sometimes, and for snacks, too. Well, how do you suppose he keeps that nice silky coat and strong teeth?
Good point, Rusty. You see, Milk-Bone is packed with proteins, mineral, and vitamins, and more energy per pound than prime beefsteak. So, for easier training, for minor meals or snacks, give your dog what Rennie eats, Milk-Bone. Right, Rennie. Milk-Bone dog biscuits come small, medium, and large, in just the right size to suit your dog. Just look for the red and yellow box that says Milk-Bone.
We couldn't help feeling a little proud, all of us. It was good to serve your country well. Know you'd done a good job. And it was some time before we could get Rusty to stop wearing his medal all the time, even on his pajamas. But Sergeant O'Hara finally kidded him out of it. Naturally, Sergeant O'Hara knew that a soldier wasn't supposed to wear his medals all the time, and that's why he kidded Rusty out of wearing the medal. Still, I think Biff O'Hara had another reason.
But how come we gotta go all the way to Mesa Grande, O'Hara, to pick the new Army uniforms?
'Cause Ordnance shipped them by rail, and there's no train to Salt River.
Will we get there in time to hear the big speech?
Maybe.
What's the big speech all about?
Oh, just politics.
What are politics all about?
Who knows? You ain't gonna wear that medal in town, are you?
Huh? Why not?
You just don't do it in the Army, Rusty, that's all.
Oh, well, what'll I do with it?
Well, I'll take care of it for you.
Okay, here it is.
Now, that's being a good soldier.
Hey, you're pinning it on yourself.
Well, that's the best place for me to keep it for you.
Oh, you're just trying to wear my medal.
Well, sure, I'm just wearing it. Why, Rusty, I'm not doing anything of the kind.
Give me back my medal.
Oh, all right, here's your medal.
Don't forget next Sunday at this same time over this station, another exciting chapter in The Adventures of Rin Tin Tin, presented by the National Biscuit Company, makers of Milk-Bone dog biscuits and Nabisco, the original shredded wheat. For The Adventures of Rin Tin Tin on television, consult your local paper for time and station. This is Don Morrow speaking, and this program came to you transcribed from New York.
Presenting Dick Cole and his exciting adventures at Farr Military Academy.
We'll always be near to Farr. We'll praise her where'er we are. We'll cheer her each day with a hip hip hooray. It's a rule there's no school like Farr. We'll sing out our loyalty. We'll ring out with voices free. As we travel through life, we will follow our star. We'll always be near to Farr.
Listen, boys and girls, here's exciting news. Today we bring you a thrill-packed new radio program, one of a series of Dick Cole's adventures at Farr Military Academy. You've met Dick Cole, the hero of Farr Military Academy, in Blue Bolt magazine, and you've met him in Foremost Comics. And now you can meet him every week at the same time over this same station on the air. In a moment, you'll hear from Dick himself. Now, here's Dick Cole, who wants to tell you something about what happens on our program today.
We had a pretty unusual situation here at FAR lately. It sure was exciting. For the first time in FAR Academy's history, we were tied with Wilson Academy in athletics for the year. My roommate, Simba, was over at a meeting of the Cadet Athletic Board. I was expecting him back any second with some news. Then he came across the quadrangle.
Hi, Dick.
Hi, Simba. What's new?
Major Farr just had a talk on the long-distance phone with Colonel Wilson, and they decided to have a playoff match for 10 points.
You mean the 10 points will put the winner in the clear?
Yep, and give the winner the silver cup.
Well, what kind of a match is it going to be, Simba?
Boxing. 10 rounds.
Oh, swell.
Well, I'm glad you think so, because listen, there's some more news.
For instance?
Guess who's going to represent FAR?
Fred Gibbon would give almost anything to get this fight.
Maybe so, Dickie, my boy. But the Cadet Athletic Board decided unanimously that you're it.
Say, that's pretty nice. But you know, Fred Gibbon is going to be mighty disappointed.
Well, you won the decision against him last year in the intramural championships, didn't you?
Well, yes, but...
But nothing. Now, you have something more important than Fred Gibbon to worry about. You got to start training, and right away, too.
I think I'm in pretty good shape right now. But I'd better start some road work.
Oh, you have to do more than that.
Good old Simba. Always has an angle.
No more dessert for you over at mess hall.
You'll eat all my desserts from now on and get fat.
Well, I'm doing it for purely patriotic reasons.
Mm-hmm.
You have to clean the daylights out of Dave McNamara at Wilson Academy in that fight.
Oh, is McNamara going to fight for Wilson?
He is?
Say, Dave McNamara is a terrific boxer. I really will have to buckle down to some fancy training.
You can say that again. Dick, you gotta train like everything, or FAR won't win that silver cup.
Simba, is Dick really training hard for the fight?
I'll say he is, Laura. You can tell your dad that I've never seen Dick Cole in better condition. Yes, ma'am, your father is gonna be mighty proud of having coached the best boxer in this part of the country. I hope.
Oh, I'm sure Dick will win. But Dad says McNamara's awfully good.
He'll have to be to keep away from that Dick Cole right hook.
Simba, look.
What's wrong, Laura?
I think that Fred Gibbon over there going into that telephone booth with his coat collar drawn up. Doesn't he look sort of peculiar?
Peculiar?
I mean, kind of sneaky.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you're right. It is Fred. The way he's peering around, he's always afraid somebody may be following him.
I didn't tell you this, Simba, but a couple of the plebes told me this morning that Fred is just mad as hops because he isn't going to fight McNamara instead of Dick.
Come on. Let's see if we can listen in on that phone call. I wouldn't put anything past that Gibbon fella.
Let me go and listen alone, Simba. He might notice us if we both try to stand outside the booth.
Well, okay, Laura. There's something fishy about the way he sneaked into that phone booth.
I'll let you know whatever I find out.
Hello? Wilson Academy? Let me talk to Cadet Green. Yeah. Sure, that guy Cole something. Thinks he can go tossing his weight around. I should have been fighting for FAR. But oh. Hello? Hello, Green? This is Fred Gibbon. All okay at your end? It's safe here. Now look, I've been thinking this thing over. Here's the way it'll work. When this semester ends, I'll switch over to Wilson Academy, and you and your fellows will make me a cadet captain. Okay so far? Good. Well, sure there's more. You guys will cut me in on your bets on McNamara. Well, that's suspicious if I went around in a FAR uniform making bets on a Wilson cadet now, wouldn't it, huh? That's the way that you cut me in, or there's no deal. Well, now that's better, pal. I'm glad you see the light. Now, look, don't you worry, pal. I told you I'd take care of Dick Cole. But I know I'm going to fix it. It'll be fixed, that's all. Just depend on me.
Dick, I've got to speak to you.
Oh. Hi, Laura. Say, watch me sock this punching bag. I think my eye's getting a lot better.
Please, Dick, it's terribly important.
Oh, sure, Laura, I'm sorry. What's upsetting you?
Well, I just overheard a phone call that Fred Gibbon was making from the booth in the corner of the gym. And, Dick, he's out to hurt you.
Oh, Come on now, Laura. What would he do, and why would he do it in the first place?
He's jealous because you're going to fight and he isn't. That's why. I heard him talking to somebody over at Wilson Academy. They're going to do all kinds of things for him, Dick. Make bets on McNamara for him and everything.
Uh-huh. And what's he going to do for them?
Something to you. Huh? I heard him say that he'd take care of things so you'll lose the fight.
Now, don't worry about things, Laura. If McNamara beats me, it'll be because he's a better boxer than I am. No other reason.
Oh, you make me just furious, Dick Cole.
But, Laura, what can I do? I can't very well go to Gibbon and say that the coach's daughter heard him talking to somebody on the telephone. He'd only deny it. And it would put him on his guard besides.
Yes, that's true enough.
Well, I don't see anything that I can do then. Or that you or anybody else can do either.
You can watch your step. That's what you can do. Oh, please, Dick. So much depends on this fight. Please be careful.
Okay, Laura. I'll watch my step. And I'll keep my eyes open, too. Will that satisfy you?
I suppose it's the best we can do.
And I promise you, Laura, if Fred Gibbon is up to some monkey business, I'll have to try to stop him. You know, Simba, Laura was really excited. She has it all doped out that Fred Gibbon is going to keep me some way from winning that fight.
Yeah? Well, you'll be a dope if you don't listen to her. Keep your eyes open. She tell you about that telephone conversation?
Oh, sure. But, you know, I'm sure that she got the wrong idea from it. Oh, hey, here comes Fred Gibbon now. Tell me, does he look suspicious to you?
Listen, that guy Fred's no dope. Oh, that's Dick. How are you, Simba?
Hi there, Fred. You know, I'm counting on you at the fight tomorrow.
Well, you can count on me, Dick, pal. Yeah, you sure can.
I know it, Fred. Shake.
Sure.
Well, so long, Fred.
Yeah. Well, so long, boys. I'll see you.
Listen, Simba. I trust Fred Gibbon. He looked me straight in the eye when we shook hands. I've known him for a long time, remember. I can't figure him pulling a fast one on me.
Oh? Well, listen, Dick. The way I'm beginning to feel about that Gibbon guy, I wouldn't trust him even if I were his own grandmother. Think it over, friend. Well, I've got a class. See you later.
Yeah. So long, grandmother. Could be, I suppose. Yes, I suppose it just could be that Laura and Simba are right. I guess I'll just duck around this corner a second and keep an eye on Fred Gibbon. That's funny, the way he's been hanging around that post there as if he's waiting for me to get out of sight. Now he thinks I can't see him any longer. He's ducking into the chemistry lab.
Hi, Dick. What are you doing?
Oh, hi, Laura. I'm just, looking for some change I dropped. Chemistry lab? I never noticed Fred Gibbon was especially interested in chemistry before. Why this sudden interest in chemistry? I wonder why.
Dick, is that you walking up and down?
That's right, Simba.
Oh, for Pete's sake, why don't you go to bed? Save all that energy for the fight tomorrow. You'll need everything you've got against McNamara. Coach and Laura were over at Wilson today, and they said McNamara is really hot stuff in a ring.
I'm thinking, Simba. Go to sleep yourself.
For Pete's sake, thinking.
I'm going out for a little while.
Now? This hour of the night? With the big fight tomorrow? Are you nuts or something?
I'm going over to the chemistry lab.
The chemistry lab? Mm-hmm. Well, if that doesn't beat everything. Now, you know you've always been first in chemistry, so why do you need to put in time on it at night? Go to the lab after the fight.
This is going to be a little extra work, Simba. I've got a hunch.
What kind of a hunch?
Suppose I answer your question with another question. Fred Gibbon's chemistry locker is the one right behind yours, isn't it?
Yes, and so is his workbench, and... Hey, Fred Gibbon. What have you got up your sleeve? What's cooking, Dick?
I'm not sure. And I don't want to say until I am. Well, thanks, Simba. I'll be seeing you in a little while.
Oh, wait for me, Dick. I'm going over to the chemistry lab with you. I wouldn't miss this any more than I'd miss the fight tomorrow.
Hurry up, then. I've got to get a little shut-eye while I'm at it, too, you know.
Just give me 2 seconds to get my shirt and pants on. Boy, sure is quiet around this lab. Won't be long with all that racket showing. So that's because I can't see. Where's that darn light switch? No, you keep away from the light. If Gibbon should be up to anything shady, you might notice the light on in here from his room. Oh, I see. Only I don't see it all because of the dark.
Here. I brought this electric torch along.
You hold it, Simba. And be sure that you keep the light shielded. Okay, thanks. That's better.
Is this Gibbon's locker?
Yeah, this is the one. And that's his workbench right there to the left of the locker.
Fair enough. All these lockers are open.
Well, what are you looking for, Dick?
Simba, my fine friend. I let you come along with me against my better judgment. You can now vindicate that judgment, partly anyhow, by keeping quiet.
Now, listen,
you
buddy.
just stand there and hold the electric light for me, and let me try to figure this thing out.
Okay, I'll be quiet like a mouse.
Good. Let me see. I'll try out some of these chemical formulae Gibbon has mixed in the test tubes. Nope. Nothing I'm looking for in that. Maybe this one.
Dick.
Shh. I guess I'm wrong after all. At least Laura can't say I wasn't careful after her warning about Gibbon.
Dick.
Quiet, Simba.
Dick, I'm trying to tell you the stuff in that big test tube, whatever it is beginning to fizz like anything.
Huh? You're right, Simba. I didn't think it might be a delayed action. Well.
Well, what is it, Dick? Has Gibbon done something wrong? Is he trying to pull a trick or something? What's it all about, Dick?
If it means what I think it does, Fred Gibbon is a crook who's going to get the biggest surprise of his life tomorrow. And if I'm wrong... If I'm wrong, it means that McNamara will win the fight, and Farr will lose that silver cup.
Gymnasium at Farr Military Academy, bringing you the big playoff boxing match between Dick Cole of Farr and Dave McNamara of Wilson Academy. As the two schools are tied in athletics for the year, whoever wins this fight will also win for his school the silver cup that symbolizes athletic supremacy. Both boys are in the peak of condition, and it looks as though we're going to see a real fight. Cole is a fast-moving boxer with a hard right and lightning left, and McNamara is one of those old-fashioned sluggers with dynamite in every punch. But we have a few moments now before the fight itself, and I'd like to turn the microphone over to Major Farr himself for a few words of greeting. Ladies and gentlemen, Major Farr.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Our Military Academy is glad this afternoon to welcome as our guests our friendly rivals of Wilson. On behalf of my Corps of Cadets, I want to extend greetings to Colonel Wilson, to his staff, and to his own splendid cadets. I know they will agree with me that we are about to witness an exciting and historic prize fight. And may the better man win. Thank you.
Thank you, Major Farr. Now, in the few moments remaining before Dick Cole and Dave McNamara come from their dressing rooms, I want to tell you something.
Major Farr! Major Farr!
Why, hello there, Laura. All set for the big event with a new dress, I see.
Major Farr, the most awful thing. Fred Gibbon is going to be Dick's second.
Well, of course he is, Laura. Fred was second in our own boxing matches several months ago. He lost only to Dick in the finals.
But...
So naturally, we had to give him the honor of being Dick's second.
Oh, but Major Farr, Fred is going to do something to hurt Dick. You mustn't let him be Dick's second.
Going to do something to hurt Dick? Nonsense. Laura, my dear, don't let your imagination run away with you.
Oh, please, Major Farr, please listen to me. I warned Dick several weeks ago, and apparently he isn't paying any attention either. But somebody has to do something.
Laura, I've known you all your life. And all I can say is that you ought to know better. Our cadets have a code of honor. And Fred Gibbon will be a good sport and a good second. Just as good a second as Cole will be a fighter. Now, I suggest that you return to your seat, young lady, and watch the match.
The two fighters have had their instructions now, and they've returned to their corners. And there's the bell. Cole in his maroon and gold trunk steps out into the center of the ring fast. McNamara's waiting for him. They're circling slowly, eyeing each other. And finally, Cole lets go with a right to the head and a left to the head. McNamara backs away. He moves in with a short right to the body and another right to the body. Both boys are blocking beautifully. I don't know when I've seen two such evenly matched fighters. Cole is throwing left jabs and right hooks now. McNamara's beating them off with his arms. And Cole lands a terrific right to the head and a left to the head and a right to the body. McNamara shakes his head and moves away. He's on his bicycle. There he goes back in. He lands a hard right to Cole's ribs. Now they're circling around again. Cole's moving away.
Simba, look at that. Look what Fred Gibbon's doing.
I've been watching the ring, Laura.
Gibbon dropped some kind of powders into Dick's water pail. I saw him do it. Oh, Simba, what are we going to do?
Oh, we can't do much, Laura. There's the end of the round. We sure can't do much now.
Nice round, Dick. I think it's all yours.
Thanks. Thanks, Fred. That McNamara is all right. And he packs some wallop.
You'd better rest. Here, have some water.
No. No, thanks. I don't think I'll bother with any this round.
I think you'd better drink some, Dick. Here, go ahead.
You're awfully anxious for me to have some of that water, aren't you, Gibbon?
Oh, no, not at all. I just thought you water, that's all.
I see. Well, all right, Fred. I'll take some of the water.
Good, that's the boy.
But you'll drink some of it, too.
Well, listen, what's the big idea?
Here, you drink some, and so will I. There. That's the spirit.
I think you're awfully smart, Cole, huh? Well, all right, I drank some of the water, too, but you forgot one thing.
Did I?
You sure did, brother. It doesn't matter about my taking the water. I'm only a punk second, but you've got a prize fight on your hands. Happy landings, Cole. Happy landings, kid.
There goes the bell for the second round. Both boys are moving out of their corners. Cole is moving in fast, as he always does. McNamara of Wilson is slower, more cautious. Cole opens up with a left jab to the body. Boy, that one must have hurt. He tries an uppercut, but McNamara backs away from it. And Cole is in there again with a fast right to the head. And another fast right to the head. Oh, that's funny. Cole is groggy. He's moving around out there, shaking his head. And McNamara hasn't touched him. Cole looks as though he's sick. This is very strange, ladies and gentlemen. Dick Cole of Farr looks punch-drunk, although not a punch has landed on him. He's keeping away from McNamara. The Wilson boy is trying to move in for a kill. If McNamara can catch Cole, this fight may be over. But look, Cole is keeping away from him. He's still shaking his head. Dick Cole may be sick, but there's nothing much wrong with his footwork. There he's out of it. Yes, whatever was wrong with Dick Cole doesn't seem to be bothering him anymore. He just snapped his head up and he's wading right into McNamara. Both boys are throwing lefts and rights all over the ring. What a comeback this is for Cole. Cole has landed a tremendous right to the head. And another, and a left to the body. And another smashing right to the head. And McNamara is down. McNamara is down. recognition for Farr over Wilson Academy by knocking out Dave McNamara in the second round of their fight. And say, there's something going on over in Cole's corner. Several people milling around there. I see Major Farr hurrying over. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll try to find out for you just what's happening. Let me see what I can find out. I'll move over there now with the microphone.
Oh, Dick, you won. Congratulations. You were wonderful.
Thanks, Laura. Thanks.
Nice going, Dick. Hey, what happened to you there? You gave us heart failure for a while. You looked like you were going to faint and...
Faint? Look, Fred Gibbon has fainted.
All right, let me through here, please. Let me through. Well, congratulations, Cole. I'm proud of you.
Hey.
What's happened to Gibbon? Get a doctor.
There's no need for a doctor for Fred Gibbons, sir. He's gone to sleep.
Is this a joke? What do you mean, Cole?
It's no joke, Major Farr. If you'll have the contents of this water pail examined, I believe you'll find evidence of knockout drops.
Knockout drops?
Yes.
That's what I saw Gibbon dropping into the pail then.
Because of your tip to me, Laura, I watched things pretty carefully. And last night I figured the whole thing out.
I want to know more about this.
Well, Dick and I went over to the chemistry laboratory last night, Major Farr. Dick is pretty darn smart in chemistry. You know, it's a hobby of his. And he figured out with some experiments that Gibbon had made up some knockout drops.
Before I ate anything today, Simba tasted it first. With nothing in my food, I knew that Gibbon would have to try putting the drops in my water pail.
But why? I can't understand this.
He was going to transfer to Wilson Academy, and they were going to make him a cadet officer there. Some of the Wilson boys were, I mean. And Gibbon been on McNamara, too. I overheard him on the telephone, Major Farr.
At the end of the first round, Gibbon insisted that I drink some water from the pail. So I knew he'd put the drops in there. And I made him drink some, too. With the result that you see, he's out cold.
Well, then how does it happen that the drops didn't knock you out, too, Dick?
Oh, that? Well, sir, I thought I'd better not take any chances, so I fixed up an antidote for the sleeping stuff. I mixed it from some chemicals in my own locker. I took some of it last night and some more this morning.
Smart thinking, lad.
Thanks. I was almost out for a few seconds in that last round, but the antidote worked. I was afraid for a few minutes that I'd made a mistake, and that it wouldn't work.
You've used your head as well as your fist today, Cole. And Laura, I owe you an apology. If I'd listened to you...
There was no real harm done, Major.
Well, thanks to Dick Cole,
What's happened to me? My head. Knockout.
We know the whole story, Gibbon. You've outsmarted yourself this time. As soon as you are able to pack your things, you will leave this school. And when I've told Colonel Wilson what you tried to do, I'm sure that he won't have you at his school either. You may consider yourself expelled, Gibbon. Effective immediately.
There's been a mistake someplace, too. You see,
We know all we care to know, Gibbon. You will leave the school at once.
All right, I'll go. Some people get all the breaks.
Some people make the right breaks for themselves. Well, Dick, here's the silver cup. You've won us permanent possession of it.
Oh, I'm awfully glad, sir.
I'm grateful. And so is the whole school.
Well, that is... Gee, sir. Thanks, and... Well... Oh, heck. Let's all go get something to eat.
Steak for everybody. And while we're eating, Dick, I want you to explain those 1-2 punches of yours to me carefully. That quick left to the heart and then the right to the jaw. Son, I've seen a lot of boxing, and I've never seen anything more effective.
The Adventures of the Sea Hound. Network presents The Adventures of the Sea Hound with Captain Silver and Jerry. Bogart's factory in Ecuador was engaged in the manufacture of novelties from tortoiseshell. The Ecuadorian government was suspicious of him, but felt that he would hang himself if given enough rope. Captain Silver learned what went on behind the scenes in the Bogart factory, but walked into a trap. We left him in a rapidly flooding basement with Bogart's secretary.
Get on my shoulders at once, Jean, or it'll be too late.
But you'll drown.
Hurry. I can stay underwater.
But how can you?
All right, I'll explain. I have a telescoping tube in my pocket. It's come in handy many times. I'll hold one end of the tube in my mouth, and the other end will project above the water. That way, I'll be able to breathe.
Oh,
And if you stand on my shoulders, you can hang onto the ring of the trap door in the ceiling until help comes.
help. What help?
You remember Fletcher?
Oh, yes, your dog.
He'll bring help.
But, oh, Captain Silver, a dog can't
He's
be
our
able to-
only hope, anyway. Now, climb up. Here. Now, let me help you.
All right.
Take it up easy now.
I'm getting there.
All right. Up. Can you find the ring?
Yes, I have it.
Good. Water's almost up to my chin now. Won't be able to talk much longer.
If you have to come up to breathe, I can swim a little and stay afloat.
No, I have reasons for wanting them to think that you're the only survivor. Now listen, and remember what I tell you.
Fletcher ran ahead of Kukai, tugging on the leash to show where Captain Silver had gone. At the door of the Bogart factory, the Chinese scholar paused.
Inside is Captain Silver.
Let's get in, Jiminy Cricket.
Quiet, Fletcher. Quiet.
Let's go in, Kukai. If Captain Silver sent Fletcher for us, he needs help.
This is your Bogart factory.
Sure. He's the man that chartered that yawl, the Mariner.
Yes, I know. Jerry, you go to nearest phone, call Senor Lopez, and state present condition of things.
But Captain Silver may need help right away.
If Captain is unable to meet situation alone, addition of only two of us would be of little avail.
But golly,
Call
Kukai.
Senor and state the situation.
Oh, well, all right, then I'll go.
I enter with Fletcher and try to postpone tragedy until arrival of aid.
Okay, Kukai.
Now, lead the way, Fletcher.
Running through the factory, trying to keep up with Fletcher, Kukai noticed that the place was idle. No workmen were to be seen. Moreover, the place looked as if it had been hurriedly abandoned. The dog Fletcher leaped against the door at the rear, barking and showing Kukai that Captain Silver was on the other side.
1 minute, Fletcher. I try door.
Just a moment. I'll unlock the door. Hold that dog.
A dog is on leash of leather, as well as leash of obedience. Please open quickly. Quiet, Fletcher.
Keep that beast in check.
Yes, you quiet now, Fletcher. Quiet.
What do you want? Where's the fellow that owns that dog?
Owner of dog is Captain Silver. He is here.
He was here, but he's gone. He left soon after that dog ran off.
We see. Fletcher, find the Captain. Owner.
Hey, pull that dog back. He's going to claw that door to pieces.
Who is on the other side of door?
There's no one there. That's just a storeroom.
Fletcher says Captain back there.
I told you the captain left soon after that dog ran off. Who are you?
Your name is Kukai. Association is with Captain Silver.
Well, I think the captain went someplace with a friend. There's no one around here now. You can see that the factory is closed down.
The closing was made in great hurry.
What do you mean?
The great interest of dog arouses curiosity as to other side of door. You don't mind opening, please?
Look here, Kukai, or whatever your name is. This is a laboratory, and there are certain things in there that Mr. Bogart wants kept secret.
I keep a secret always. Now I try to open door.
All right, if you've got to see, I'll open it. Hey, take a look. Nothing there but cases of materials. And the captain certainly isn't small enough to hide in one of those cases.
Now a dog shows interest in floor.
Look here, I've been more than patient with you.
Patience is a great virtue. You must be a great man. And now a display of more greatness will be appreciated. Will you disclose what lies beneath floor?
Nothing at all.
Action of dog disproves the statement.
I don't care what the action of the dog disproves. You've seen all there is to see. Now will you get out of here so I can lock up?
It would be with great reluctance. Perhaps you have not learned all of Mr. Bogart's secrets.
That's what you think.
You say there is nothing beneath floor. You tell truth?
Of course.
In that case, you and I may improve store of knowledge together. I now open what appears to be a trapdoor in the floor, and we see what is beneath.
Get away from there.
Gun in hand is mark of desperation. Innocent man would not take chance with gun that might backfire with tragedy.
I'll take my chances. If you're so anxious to see what's under
One
that
moment.
floor...
Fletcher does not like guns. Please do not risk injury by more of threat.
Get out of here. Go on, hurry.
It is with great reluctance that I give essential command.
Take him, Fletcher.
Quick! Get that dog off of me! Get him off! Get down! Get down!
That is enough. Down, Fletcher, down. On guard.
That dog. Don't let him attack me again.
Down here. Hurry. Open the trap door.
Now we see.
Hurry. Thank goodness. Captain Silver told me you'd be here.
Good.
Help me out of here. Please.
Yes, I help you. You take my hand, I help you.
All right.
This way now.
I'll try to pull myself up.
Watch. Come up slowly. What? There. Who are you?
Oh, you must be Kukai.
That is your name?
I was holding on to a ring in the trap door. I had to let go so you could open it. I didn't dare call to you until I'd heard that Smith had been overpowered.
Where's the Captain Silver?
Wait. Tell me one thing. Where's Bogart? Where are all the others?
Only this man is here. Nobody else in factory.
Are you sure?
Quite sure. But only evidence is what I saw on her trip to this room. Where is the Captain Silver?
Wait. I'll get him.
While Kukai watched in amazement, Jean jumped back into the water and disappeared in the dark depths. In a moment, she reappeared with Captain Silver at her side.
Hey, Capitan.
Ahoy, Kukai. Give Jean a hand out of here. Bogart is gone, eh?
I see no one but man whom Fletcher got. Here, miss, I give you help. Here, I give you... Come along. Here.
Thank you.
No, Capitan, I give a hand to you.
No, I can climb out all right, Kukai.
Yes, sir.
I can make...
There we are. Well, Smith, looks like you were left behind by the others.
How did you manage...
There's a lot of evidence down under that water. I have some of the evidence in my pockets.
Yes, Capitan.
Bogart used this factory as a cover for his work. He was distributor for Nazi propaganda and seditious material. He brought it in here concealed in turtle shells.
Oh.
From here, he probably sent it out all over the country. Though I don't think he's yet had a chance to get very far.
You stayed beneath water.
Yes. I thought Bogart and the others might still be here. If they thought I had drowned, they might have been trapped into telling a lot of lies that would trip them up when I produced this printed matter.
Yes, you see, it's only my word against Mr. Bogart's. Even with Captain Silver's testimony, it may be hard to prove a case against him.
That is quite true.
We know beyond a doubt that Smith there and Bogart, and at least some of the men who work here, are involved in this Nazi propaganda ring. The problem now is to prove what we know.
I deny everything. I told you I didn't know anything was under that floor.
The manner in which you brought out gun to prevent search is evidence of lie.
Oh, yes? You just proved in court that I threatened you with a gun. It's your word against mine, and your word is not enough.
Oh, Captain Silver, is that true?
I'm afraid it is, Jean.
Then you mean Bogart, Smith, and all the others will go unpunished?
Not if we can help it. Kukai, where's Jerry?
In obedience to suggestion, he went to make a phone call to Senor Lopez.
What for?
To tell the Senor of manner in which Fletcher came for us. To give address of this place as end of trail.
All right. We'll go out to the office and wait there. Jean, you might be able to find a few things that would help build a case against Bogart.
I'll see what there is, but I don't think he'd leave anything lying around the office.
Come on, get going, Smith. We'll take you along.
You can't prove anything.
We'll see.
If you hold me a prisoner, I'll bring charges against you. I know my rights.
You can discuss your rights with the police when they get here.
By now, there should be evidence of police.
Jerry may have been unable to get Senor Lopez.
In which case, Jerry should have been here.
How far did he go to make the phone call?
A short distance, only from here to other corner of the street.
All right, go on, Smith, right in the office.
All right, I'm going.
I'm not going to tie you, Smith, because I think Fletcher will make you regret any attempt to get away. Now, here we are.
I'll look through Mr. Bogart's desk, Captain Silver.
Please do. And I'll call Senor Lopez and see if Jerry is reported. I want to find...
What is the matter?
Kukai. Look. Bogart has been here. He's left a note.
To whom is the note addressed?
To me. Bogart has captured Jerry.
Once again, Captain Silver has broken up a Nazi ring. Once again, he is responsible for ridding Latin America of the Nazi menace and helping to unite all of the Americas in the gigantic task of defeating the Axis. But what about Jerry? Captain Silver's sea charts are rolling off the press now, and it's only a matter of a few days before thousands of these colorful maps will be in the mail, beautifully printed and ready to be tacked up on your wall. And what a decoration it'll make in your room. Captain Silver's own sea chart showing the United States, Central and South America, including the mountain ranges, rivers, and principal cities. The map is marked with symbols of all the raw materials furnished by the Latin American countries that Uncle Sam needs to stamp out the Axis. It's a large map, printed in 4 colors, and contains all the flags of the Americas. And on it you can follow the day-to-day adventures of Captain Silver in Latin America. If you haven't sent for your copy of the chart, better do so today. It's free. Simply address a penny postcard and mail it to Captain Silver, care of the Blue Network, Station G, Box 33, New York City. I'll repeat that address. Captain Silver, care of the Blue Network, Station G, Box 33, New York City. Will Captain Silver be able to rescue Jerry from his captors? Be sure to tune in Monday at the same time for The Adventures of the Sea Hound. Until Monday, then, Captain Silver says, smooth sailing. The Adventures of the Sea Hound is directed by Cyril Armbruster and comes to you from New York.
I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello! Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I feel fine. How are you?
I am fine, too. You know, I saw the funniest thing a little while ago. I saw a man standing on the street corner with a piece of bread and butter in his mouth, waiting for the traffic jam.
Huh? Oh, that's funny. Imagine a man with bread and butter in his mouth waiting for the traffic jam. Well, that's very funny.
I didn't think it was that funny, but I'm glad that you think so.
Now read me something else that's funny as the funny.
All right, I will, but first here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck, the Comic Weekly, and at the top of the first page...
Snookums.
And we'll read that right away. So, will everybody please get their funny paper spread out to the first page?
I got mine.
And if anyone hasn't got Puck, the Comic Weekly with them today, be sure to have your daddy or mommy get it next week so you can follow the comics with us. Now, here we go with Snookums.
Magic words by the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Diddly-da, diddly-do, wickamackam ookums. Let's have a little tune for little Snookums. Archie comes home. Hooray! I'm home early. Where's Snookums? Rosie tells Archie to be quiet, that Snookums is falling asleep. Archie answers, last picture top row. Oh, all right, I'll be quiet. But he likes to have me sing him to sleep. so he tiptoes into the nursery. First picture, bottom row. Archie sits down in back of Snook'em's crib and starts to sing. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop, when the bow breaks. About 15 minutes later, Rosie comes in and asks Archie if he feels all right. Archie replies, "Why, sure. I'm singing Snook'ems to sleep." And Rosie says, last picture, that Snook'ems is not in there, that he's asleep in the den. And Archie goes...
Oh, look at that funny look on Archie's face. Doesn't he look silly?
He certainly does, and he should, sitting there in an empty room singing to an empty crib.
I think Archie's the funniest fellow.
Oh, he certainly is.
Oh, please, quick, turn over the page to Flash Gordon, because Flash has been captured again by that mean bad man Zinn.
Yes, and Zinn sent Flash into the liquid chamber to inhale the gas.
And anybody who inhales that gas can't think for themselves anymore.
Hey, you know all about this, don't you?
Yes, of course. I listened very carefully. But Flash didn't really breathe the gas because Ruby gave him a little kind of thingamajig to put in his nose.
Yes, a filter that let him breathe the air without breathing the smoke.
And now he's pretending to be, be like the men who really breathe the gas. So let's read. Let's see if Flash really fools in.
Very well. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doons, ask him a task. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Zinn has told Flash to follow him as he drives off in the car. Flash walks along like a doll that has been wound up. He pretends he has breathed the liquid and atom gas and become one of Zinn's robot slaves. Zinn still can't believe he's Flash's master, so he decides to test his power, and he orders, "Flash, fall to the ground." Flash thinks fast, guessing the automatons would obey blindly without trying to protect themselves. It takes all of his willpower to keep from using his hands to break his fall. When Zinn sees Flash fall face downward to the ground, he's sure that Flash has breathed the gas and is now entirely in his power. So last picture, top row, Zinn gloats, "Now I can rule Mongo through him, Rubia. Flash, go to the slave barracks till I send for you." First picture, bottom row. In the slave barracks, which is the prison where all of the slaves are kept, Flash asks questions of the others, but the zombie-like victims of liquid and gas don't even seem to hear Flash's questions. He's sadly studying these living dead, whom he must imitate when the barracks door opens. It's Rubia, who tells Flash to follow her. She leads Flash to her wing of the palace. When they are safely away from anyone that could spy on them, Rubia tells Flash that he can relax now, that they are alone. Flash asks, "Why did you save me from the slave gas?" Rubia, last picture, puts her arms around Flash and tells him she saved him because she loves him. And again she tells him that Dale is dead and asks Flash if he can't learn to like her. Flash studies her carefully, trying to see what's in her mind, because he's learned before that Rubia cannot be trusted.
Well, I'm glad that Rubia saved Flash, but even so, I don't like her, because she told Flash that Dale is dead, and Dale is not dead.
No, she's not. Rubia's trying to break up Dale and Flash.
Well, I hope Flash learns that Dale is alive and just fixes that Zinn and Rubia and everybody else good.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen next week.
Okay.
Now, let's go across the page to Dick's Adventures.
Because exciting things are happening. Dick is with Paul Revere in the early days of America.
And the British have sent ships to America carrying tea that is very highly taxed. And they're trying to force the Americans to buy the tea.
And the Americans don't want to. And so Paul Revere and Dick have a mysterious plan. And I'm anxious to see what's going to happen.
Well, maybe we'll find out today. So here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack, kazak, kazik. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Three tall-masted ships, laden with bales of British tea, await unloading at Griffin's War Wharf in Old Boston. The month is December, the year 1773, and the tea is taxed without Yankee consent. so Dick has been invited to join a strange tea party. As Dick and Paul Revere join the party of men dressed like Indians, last picture top row, Dick is told,
"Give the password."
Dick replies, "Saltwater tea." Chief Paul Revere is in charge. At his word, the Indian braves, Dick knows them as clerks, merchants, laborers, lawyers, press in closer to the ships, first picture next row. A squad of redcoat soldiers is on guard. The men stop, and there are low, whispered instructions. Paul tells Dick,
"Now, easy, Dick. We want no fighting. Just dump the tea overboard."
Dick asks, "Only the tea, Mr. Revere? Not the redcoats?" Paul replies, last picture, middle row,
"Absolutely not the redcoats. Unless in the dark you should happen to mistake them for bales of tea. I might make that same mistake myself, lad."
At the thought that he can push redcoat soldiers overboard, Dick answers with a grin, "Oh, I understand, sir." And then... First picture, last row, suddenly the braves attack. Torches flare. They swarm aboard the vessels. In the hour that remains before dawn, 3 shiploads of British tea are used to flavor the water of Boston Harbor. Dick tries his best not to make mistakes, but when he sees something with legs fall into the water, he asks innocently, "Is that another bale of tea, Mr. Revere?" And Paul replies with a twinkle in his eye,
"I believe so, Dick, but I think we should haul him out before he drowns."
Dick begins to shout, "Man overboard! Man overboard!" Last picture, Dick finds himself in bed. His mother and dad are leaning over him, and his mother tells him that he's been making a lot of noise and asks what's the matter. And Dick replies, "Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Mom. I was just dreaming about the Boston Tea Party. Gosh, what a party that was."
My goodness, Dick has the most exciting dreams.
And they're all true.
Yes, I know, because my teacher said so. And she said to bring Dick's adventures to school so all the kids in my class could read about the Boston Tea Party.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
What do you think is going to happen next week?
I think you'll find Dick with Paul Revere again next week. But to make sure...
Oh, I'll be here.
Good. And now look, here's Rusty Riley underneath Dick's adventures.
You know, I'm worried about Rusty Riley because that slinky Taffy Allardyce, who's Mr. Miles' nephew, knows that Tex is going to take Big Blaze to the racetrack where he'll be safe.
Yes, and now Rusty hears Taffy tell his wife, Goldie, that he'll have to fix Big Blaze tonight.
I just hope they don't discover that Rusty has heard them talking.
Well, let's read and find out. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty sits quietly in the big chair in front of the fireplace in the Miles house, hoping that Taffy and Goldie will not see him. He hears Taffy say,
"Something will have to be done about Big Blaze tonight. If I don't keep him out of that race, Corky will get rough."
Goldie tells him they'd better get back and join the party in the next room. Taffy answers,
"Well, I'll have to find some excuse to slip away and phone Corky. He may have a suggestion."
So Goldie tells Taffy to go back to the dining room, that she'll be there in a minute. As Taffy goes off, Goldie looks at the hats and coats that belong to the guests who are at the party and says, "I think I saw a man's wallet sticking out of the pocket of one of those coats on the sofa." As she begins to search the pockets, Rusty, who doesn't see this, slips out of the room and down the stairs and says to himself,
"Suppose I should have stayed in there with those coats and things, but I gotta see Tex or Mr. Miles and tell them what I heard."
As Rusty goes downstairs, Goldie, last picture top row, finds the wallet in one of the coat pockets and exclaims, "I thought so. This is my chance to fix that insufferable Rusty, and I mean for good." So she takes the wallet, meaning to use it to get Rusty into trouble, then quietly slips from the room. First picture, bottom row, Rusty is talking to Patty, Mr. Miles' daughter, and he tells her,
"Patty, I gotta speak to your father. Will you ask him if I can see him? It's awful important."
Patty can tell by the expression on Rusty's face that it is important, so she quickly goes to find her father. In a few moments, she's back with her father. Rusty says to him,
Gee, Mr. Miles, I had to see you. Mr. and Mrs. Allardyce are planning to do something to Big Blaze.
Mr. Miles, who cannot believe that his nephew could be guilty of poisoning a horse, replies impatiently,
Now, look here, Rusty. You and Tex, too, are imagining things. This is absurd.
Well, please, Mr. Miles, I'm not imagining.
That's enough, Rusty. To humor Tex, I'm sending Blaze to the track in the morning. Now, don't let me hear any more about it.
Then he turns and walks out of the room. Rusty shakes his head mournfully and leaves the room, saying to himself,
Golly, why don't Mr. Miles believe me? Tex has the night off. I'll have to handle this alone.
A few minutes later, as Patty is going upstairs, she sees Goldie, last picture, going into Rusty's room and behaving in a very suspicious manner. Patty says to herself,
Well, jeepers. That's Mrs. Allardyce going into Rusty's room. Now, what could she want in there?
I know what she's going to do in there. She's going to put that wallet in Rusty's room and make it look like Rusty stole it.
How'd you ever guess that?
I just knew it. Girls are smart about these things.
Well, you certainly are, and I think that's exactly what she'll do.
I hope Mr. Miles won't believe that Rusty would steal.
Well, maybe next week we'll find out whether or not anything serious happens to Rusty.
Oh, she's mean. She's bad, bad, bad.
Yes, she is. But now, would you like to read Donald Duck?
Oh, yes, please read Donald Duck. So let's turn over to page 6.
Very well, I will. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly and Donald Duck right on top of page 6. Say the magic words with me. Squeegem, squeegem, squid a chicka chack. Let's have music to fin a quack quack. Donald has decided to improve his garden, so he decides that he needs some more good dirt. And he says to his nephew, Huey,
Now to get some good topsoil.
So off they go with a wheelbarrow to get some good dirt. Huey asks,
Are you going to that vacant lot over on Elm Street?
Donald replies,
Nope, I'm smart. I'm going to the one up on Hill Street.
And Huey answers,
Oh, yeah, I get it. Downhill all the way back.
Donald nods. So up the hill they go with the empty wheelbarrow, so that when he comes down the hill with a full wheelbarrow, the wheelbarrow will just roll by itself, and Donald won't have to do any work. Last picture, top row, Donald has piled the dirt high on the wheelbarrow, and Huey says,
My, that's an awful big load.
And Donald replies,
Why not? I'll have Old Man Gravity working for me on the return trip.
And then he starts down the hill for home. The load is so heavy that the wheelbarrow starts to roll rather fast, and Huey yells, First picture, bottom row.
Hey, don't go so fast.
But the wheelbarrow goes even faster, and Huey yells,
Hey, wait up.
Donald, who can't hold the heavy load back, answers,
I can't. I'll meet you at home.
Faster and faster down the hill, the wheelbarrow goes. They come to a turn, and Huey yells,
Hey, we turn here.
Donald yells,
I can't.
And over the curb it goes. Bumps across the street through a fence. All of a sudden, Huey yells,
Uncle Donald, let go!
And there's a big splash. On last picture, Donald and Huey look at the wheelbarrow, which is in the river, and Donald feels just like this.
Oh, poor Donald. It's too bad that happened, but I just can't help but laugh. It was so funny.
Yes, maybe next time Donald won't try to take such a heavy load.
Yes, and maybe then he'll be able to get home with what he starts out with.
Yes.
Oh, look, underneath Donald Duck, there's Roy Rogers, my favorite cowboy. This is exciting.
We bet it is because Roy has discovered the old hermit who has been setting fire to the telegraph poles.
The man is in a cave, and he shot at Roy, but he missed him.
And now he's waiting to take another shot at Roy, and this time he doesn't intend to miss.
Well, please read quick. I want to see what happens.
Very well. Here we go with Roy Rogers, king of the cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. The old hermit watches the rock that Roy ducked behind. But what the hermit doesn't know is that Roy has backtracked and slipped around and come up on the rock above the cave. As Roy gets on the rock above, he hears the hermit mutter,
Yeah, come out from behind that rock, you sneaking telegraph spy. I won't miss again.
Quick as a flash, Roy flips his rope. And in a second, the hermit finds his arms pinned to his waist. He yells, Hey, what? He looks up to see Roy holding the rope tight. Roy says, Sorry, Pop, but you and that blunderbuss are plumb dangerous. Quickly, Roy scrambles down and has the old hermit tied up so he can do no more harm. Then Roy says cheerfully, You want to tell me how you've been starting these fires in the telegraph line, Pop? The hermit replies,
Yeah, you can see for yourself. Look in the cave.
Roy goes into the cave. He finds a strange-looking machine covered with a big tarpaulin. That's a piece of canvas. And the hermit says,
Don't hurt it, mister. I spent years a-building that. She's almost finished.
Roy asks, Almost? Hey, what is it anyway? Last picture, top row. The hermit goes to his old mule Betsy as he answers,
I'll show you how it works. I'm right proud of it. Come on, Betsy.
He leads Betsy outside. The mule pulls the strange contraption out of the cave. Roy says, All right, that's far enough, Pop. No tricks now. The hermit answers,
All right. Just pull the tarp off on her.
So Roy pulls off the tarpaulin, which covers the contraption, and underneath finds a piece of glass 10 feet high and 2 feet thick. Roy exclaims, Hey, a big glass lens. How in thunder does it work? The hermit starts to unhitch the mule from the contraption, saying,
I can't show you now, son. Valley's too wet from rain to catch fire.
Roy, looking at the glass, says, I'm beginning to get the general idea. Suddenly the hermit exclaims,
Hey, you're free, Betsy. Go get him. Kick him into the middle of next week.
The mule runs at Roy, last picture, and Roy hears Brad shout, Hey, Roy, duck! Roy looks up to see the hind feet of the mule coming toward his head.
I hope that mule doesn't really kick Roy.
I hope not. But next week we'll find out for sure.
Now could we read the Dagwood and Blondie?
We certainly can if you'll pick up the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Here it is. Spread out before me.
Very well, here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie is crying. Alexander asks Cookie,
Why is Mama crying?
Cookie tells him it's because Dagwood wouldn't let her buy the plaid coat she saw in Hinkle's window. Cookie looks at her mother and says,
Sad, isn't it?
And Alexander feels so sad, he says,
Let's speak to Pop about it.
But when they talk to Dagwood, he folds his arms firmly, last picture top row, frowns ferociously and says,
No. And when I say no, I mean it. She can't have the coat.
Cookie and Alexander leave the room, and Alexander says, first picture next row,
Gee, I've never seen Pop so hard-hearted.
Meanwhile, Dagwood looks out the window. He has a stern expression on his face, and he says to himself proudly,
I can be a man of steel when I want to. I can be cruel and cold with a heart of rock when it's necessary.
Then Blondie has a scheme. She bustles around in the kitchen and says,
I'll cook all his favorite dishes for supper. That always wins him over.
So she happily cooks Dagwood's favorite supper, hoping that he'll be so happy about it that he'll buy her the coat. But as he finishes supper, first picture next row, Dagwood pounds the table fiercely and roars,
It's a delicious supper, but no coat. Understand? No coat.
Dagwood frowns fiercely. And Blondie burst into tears again. And Dagwood suddenly looks very sorry. And he goes out of the room and comes back, last picture of the row, with a box and hands it to Blondie, saying,
Stop crying, dear. Here's your coat. I bought it for you yesterday.
Blondie exclaims.
Well, then why did you tell me I couldn't have it?
Dagwood answers, first picture bottom row.
I was practicing being firm. I knew you wanted the hat that was in the window, too, and, well, I wanted to be firm about it.
Blondie says.
Oh, darling, you don't have to worry about that. I bought the hat this morning.
Hmm? And she puts on the hat and coat. And says to Dagwood, last picture.
You're the sweetest, kindest man in the world.
Dagwood takes one look at the hat he didn't want her to buy, and then a look at the coat which he had to spend so much money for, and he chews his fingernails and moans.
Oh, husbands are a sorry lot.
Oh, poor Dagwood. He never wins.
I should say not with Blondie. He bought her the coat to be nice to her so he could be firm about not letting her buy the hat, and then she got both of them anyway.
Well, it's a very nice hat.
Should we read Prince Valiant?
Yes, please.
Very well, then. Turn to page 4 of the second section. And here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Hap Atlas swore on his father's deathbed that he would take and rule the land of Thule, whose ruler is King Agwar, father of Prince Valiant. But when King Hap Atlas attacked the castle of King Agwar, his well-laid plans come to nothing before a seemingly empty castle that defies capture. Now, the army he should have surprised and have defeated in battle is behind him in his own country, raiding his own kingdom. And he decides it's time to make peace. So King Agwar and King Hap Atlas have met to see if they can come to sensible peace terms. And then Alita makes friends with Hap Atlas' queen and leads her into the castle. With great gallantry, Hap Atlas leaves the peace conference and enters the castle in search of his wife. In Alita's apartment, he finds her, trying on gowns. His brave gesture ends in a wave of confusion and embarrassment. The women are very annoyed to find a man marching into their room when they are trying on dresses, and even the most patient and dutiful of queens can lose her temper. First picture next row, Hap Atlas gets a good scolding from his wife, and she ends by saying, I'm staying here until you settle your old war and have my baby sent into me. Already he has the sniffles from sleeping in a drafty tent. As he backs away, Alita tells him that he can't take this fortress, that the warriors of Thule are behind him, and that he'll have to pay for every bit of damage his nonsense has caused, and that he'll keep his army here until King Agwar's men have returned to their homes, and that there's to be no more fighting. And then she orders him to tell King Agwar that dinner will be served in an hour. Hap Atlas strode into the castle a warrior king. He comes out like a small boy caught in some mischief. First picture, bottom row. As he drops to his camp stool very sadly, King Agwar smiles, knowing that Hap Atlas must have had a good scolding from Alita. And he says sympathetically, I know just how you feel. She's been running my kingdom ever since she came here. And then he takes him by the arm, last picture, and says, but come, sir. We must not keep dinner waiting. Even kings can get a scolding, as you now know.
Well, he deserved a good scolding, and he'd better listen to Alita if he doesn't want to get into more trouble.
Now, he'd better, and if he listens to her, maybe there'll be peace and quiet in the kingdom, and there'll be no more killing.
Well, I hope so.
Well, that's all the time I have, but I'll be sure to see you next week at the same time.
Well, I will be here.
Good. Now, before I go, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man. Well, it's 5:45 now. Time to hear about Orphan Annie's adventures. And all about Ovaltine, too. And if you haven't tried Ovaltine yet, here's something I want to ask you. Do you get so fidgety and fussy in school that your teacher scolds you for not paying attention? And then when your report card comes, you get such poor marks that your mother and father worry about it and perhaps scold you, too? Well, maybe it's not all your fault. You know, doctors say that some boys and girls don't get along so well in school, no matter how hard they try, because they're kind of nervous and high-strung. And if that's your trouble, perhaps Ovaltine's the thing to help you. Because every cupful of Ovaltine not only gives you important minerals and vitamins to help build you up, but it also brings you the special important vitamin you may have to have so you won't be so nervous. Yes, sir, Ovaltine's helped lots of nervous boys and girls to feel better. So ask your mother to let you start on Ovaltine, too. But the main thing is to keep drinking it regularly, remember. It's the person who keeps on trying who usually wins out, you know. And after a while, just see if you don't begin to feel better and find school lots easier. And perhaps you'll begin to get higher marks, too. Nobody will scold you then, and your mother and father will be mighty proud of you. You just try Ovaltine. See what a big difference it may make. But now, all you new 1936 members of Annie's Secret Society, attention. Right after tonight's adventure's over, we're going to broadcast another important secret message in Annie's new 1936 secret radio code. So get your pencils ready and be sure to keep listening. And now for our adventure. Yesterday, Mr. Warbucks brought Annie, Joe, and Sandy home to the silos. And believe me, it was a mighty happy reunion. The only sad thing about it was that Daddy Warbucks had to go right back to New York. And right now, Annie and Joe are standing on the silo's back porch, looking across the farm and the fields. And if you don't think they're glad to get back, listen to what Joe's saying now.
Shucks, just look out there, Annie, across the barnyard and over those fields toward the woods. Did you ever see anything so pretty in all your life?
Guess I never did, Joe.
I'll say you didn't. With those patches of snow on the fields and the green and brown beginning to show through. Boy, oh boy, it sure looks like home to me.
Yeah, me too.
Just listen to that cow. Isn't that the nicest music you ever heard?
Sounds pretty good, all right.
And boy, oh boy, listen to that. Say, there never was anything sounded better to me than a rooster.
I guess I feel just the same as you do, Joe. I guess we're just a couple of farmers.
I'll say we are. You know, Annie.
What?
When I went home yesterday...
I bet your mother was glad to see you, Joe.
Glad? She caught me right up in her arms, Annie. And then she started crying. Shucks, guess I cried a little myself. And you know, Annie, Peter and Paul cried, too.
They did?
Sure, they were so glad to see me. Peter started it. And with being twins, I guess Paul thought he ought to cry, too. Anyhow, it was swell people wanting you like that and being glad to see you. Seems like the whole countryside's glad to see us today.
Land sakes alive. What are you children standing out there on that porch for?
We were just looking around, Mrs. Silo, and being glad we're home.
Appears to me that's a funny way to be glad. Now, if you want to be really glad, come in the kitchen here.
Boy, oh boy, I smell cookies cooking.
That's just what you do, Joe Corntassel. Might have known no matter how long you were away, you could still smell my cookies. Well, come and get 'em.
Boy, will we? Come on, Annie.
I thought you children would begin sniffing around Ma's kitchen pretty soon.
Now, look out, Joe. Don't rush for them cookies. They're hot.
Shucks, it's been so long since I had any homemade cookies, I don't care how hot they are.
Here, Annie, better have one of these cookies, for Joe eats more than his share.
Boy, oh boy, they're good. I'll have another one.
Appears to me, Joe, you got all you can handle in your mouth right now. But go ahead. It makes me feel like old times to see the two of you eating my baked goods.
Seems like old times to me, too.
I swear to goodness, now that I got you both back, it don't hardly seem you ever been away. Things are just the same as they used to be. Both of you hungry and eating up things as fast as I can cook 'em.
Things ain't quite the same, though, Ma.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, folks are the same, but things aren't. Great snakes, Annie. Since you've been gone, Simmons Corners have been going into big business.
Big business? What do you mean, Mr. Silo?
All means, Annie, that a man has come here from the city, a Mr. Caleb Flint. And he's going for things in a big way.
Things? What sort of things?
Well, he's opened a new bank. As if one bank wasn't enough for Simmons Corners. And he's put up a big electric sign over it. As if signs could get people to have money in their pockets.
Now, Ma, you're not looking at this in the right way. Mr. Flint's a big man. Besides this new bank, Annie, all the time you and Joe have been gone, he's been starting to build a bridge.
A bridge?
Yeah, a bridge across the river. You see, the way things are now, when folks want to go west, they have to drive clear down to Sunfield and cross the river there. But with this new bridge Mr. Flint's building, by paying toll, you can cross the bridge here at Simmons Corners. That means folks will save more than 18 miles driving west.
That seems like an awful swell idea.
That's just what I've been trying to tell them all.
The idea may be all right, Pa. It's the man I don't like.
Why, what's the matter with Mr. Flint, Ma?
I don't know. Maybe nothing's the matter with him. It's just that I don't seem to take a hankering to him. Maybe it's that stiff collar he wears or his city ways.
Oh, that's no reason for not liking a person, Ma, and you know it.
Well, maybe I do. But I still can't help my likes and dislikes, can I?
I don't know what you can help, but it don't seem to me that...
Say, isn't there a car out there in the driveway?
I'll say it is. I can see it from the window. Leaping lizards, it's the biggest car I ever saw in my life. It's bigger than any of Daddy Warbucks.
I'll say it is. Shucks, look at it shine.
There's a man getting out, too. Jumping grasshoppers. He looks like the president or something from the way he's dressed.
Boy, oh boy, look at that long coat and that high silk hat. Gosh, whoever he is, he must be somebody.
It's Mr. Flint. That's who it is. It's Mr. Flint, the man who's building a new bridge.
Now, what could he be wanting here?
I don't know, Ma, but anyhow, he wants to come in.
I guess you better let him in, Pa.
Good day, Mr. Silo. Good day. I was passing by here, and I thought it might be well to come in and meet you. I want to get better acquainted with all the leading citizens of the county, so I thought I'd stop. Come in, Mr. Flint. Come in. Thank you, I shall. This is Mrs. Silo, Mr. Flint.
I'm mighty pleased to meet you, Mrs. Silo. I've heard a lot about you in Simmons Corners, especially at the church. I'm a good God-fearing man, and I like to know church members.
Well, now that's nice of you, Mr. Flint.
Not at all, not at all. Since my venture into business here in Simmons Corners, one of the finest garden spots on this earth, I felt I want to get better acquainted with all the charming people who live here.
Well, I hardly know what to say, Mr. Flint. You sort of take me by surprise. Meet Annie and Joe Corntassel.
How do you do? How do you do? My, if there's anything I love, it's children. I never was blessed with any myself, but that doesn't affect my feelings for them. I'm mighty glad to meet you, both of you.
How do you do?
Hello.
Two mighty husky, bright children. My, you're to be congratulated, Mr. Silo.
Well, you see, they don't exactly belong to Ma and me.
Well, just having them in your house tells me a lot about your character, Mr. Silo. Anyone with two bright young children like this around couldn't help being progressive.
Well, I've always thought I kept up with the time.
Of course you do, of course you do. That's one reason I dropped in to see you. Now, everyone tells me, Mr. Silo, that you're one of the most prosperous citizens of our community. And speaking of churches, Mrs. Silo, it may interest you to know that I have just donated a new pipe organ to our church.
Land sakes, that's wonderful, Mr. Flint. Simply wonderful.
Why, nothing at all, I assure you. Giving this organ to the church is a great pleasure to me. But speaking of the bridge, Mr. Silo, we were speaking of the bridge.
Yes, of course.
Being one of the leading citizens, I thought I'd give you a chance to get in on the ground floor, so to speak. Now, this bridge is going to be a community affair. Of course, I could finance it in part from New York, but I felt that you people who live here on the spot should have a chance to share in the profits.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Mr. Flint.
Why, not at all. Whenever I have an enterprise, I like the community to share in it. That's why I picked one of the other leading citizens, Luke Poole, to handle the stock for me.
Luke Poole?
Yes, indeed. One of your enterprising businessmen. I thought it would be better if he sold his stock rather than I, inasmuch as you all know him.
We know him all right.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing.
So if you'd like to invest, Mr. Silo, a few $100 and a sure thing, just get in touch with either me or Mr. Poole. It's a marvelous stock you're buying, and you can't go wrong.
Buying?
Why, of course. All the leading citizens of the county are buying, Mr. Silo, and I know you want to be in on the ground floor with the rest of them. That's why I dropped in, to give you this opportunity. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Silo. So nice to have met you. I know we'll all enjoy the music of that new organ.
Goodbye, Mr. Flint. I don't know how we ladies will ever thank you for that wonderful organ.
Why, pray don't mention it, Mrs. Silo. The pleasure's all mine. Well, goodbye, children.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, I'm thinking of donating the village a playground, children, with all sorts of things for you to play with. I know you'll like it. Well, goodbye, Mr. Silo. Come in and see me when you want that stock.
My, oh my, how I misjudged that man.
Misjudged him? What do you mean, Ma?
Why, he's wonderful, simply wonderful. Think of him donating that new organ to the church. Nobody in Simmons Corners has ever done anything like that before.
Shucks, they sure haven't.
You must buy some of that stock in the new bridge, Pa. If Mr. Flint's behind it, I'm sure it must be a fine thing.
I'll think it over, Ma.
If I were you, Mr. Silo, I'd think it over awful well.
Why, Annie, whatever do you mean?
All I mean, Mrs. Silo, is that it strikes me Mr. Flint's a little too generous. People who go around giving things away like that usually expect to get something back. And unless I'm wrong, they expect to get back twice as much as they ever gave.
Well, what do you think of this, Mr. Flint? Mr. Silo certainly likes him, doesn't he? And Mrs. Silo, too. But say, do you think Annie's got the right idea about him? Do people who give things away as Mr. Flint is doing expect to get twice as much back? What do you think of Mr. Flint? But now, attention everybody, please, for an important secret message, broadcast in Annie's new 1936 Mystery Radio Code. So all you 1936 members, get your pencils and papers ready to take it down. First, we always give you the special code key. And tonight's secret message is coming in the O21 code. Did you get that? O21 is the special code key for tonight's secret message. So write O21 down on your paper right now so you won't forget it. And here's the secret message itself. First word, 24, 12, 12, 17, 13. Second word, 14, 17, 6, 17, 26, 6. Third word, 15, 24, 22, 13, 6. Fourth and last word, 13, 4, 1, 21, 20, 17, 19, 4. That's all, and that was another secret message in Annie's new 1936 Mystery Radio Code. So all you 1936 members who have your super decoder pins and secret books, get busy and figure it out right now. Just set your super decoder pin at O21, the way I told you before I read the message, and it figures the whole thing out for you in a jiffy. And say, if you haven't sent in for your 1936 membership yet and are missing out on all the fun of figuring out these secret messages from Annie, you certainly want to get busy and join right away. Remember, it's absolutely free if you're drinking your Ovaltine regularly, because here's all you have to do. Just print your name and address plainly on a piece of paper. Then mail it in, together with all of the thin, round aluminum seal, from underneath the lid of a can of Ovaltine to Little Orphan Annie, Chicago, Illinois. Or if you live in Canada, mail it to Ovaltine, Peterborough, Ontario. That's all there's to it. And then Annie sends you the beautiful gold-colored super decoder pin and the new 1936 official book of secrets. So get busy and send in this very night. And be here right on time tomorrow at 5:45, because there's going to be an awful lot happening in Simmons Corners from now on. Excitement you don't want to miss. We'll see you tomorrow at 5:45 then. Goodbye.
jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, hi, chillin'. Mm-mm. Sure do sound like Christmas when folks commence to singing jingle bells, don't it? And it is Christmas time, too, mighty nigh. It sure is. And I bet everybody around your house is a-hustling and a-bustling with the Christmas shopping. If they ain't, they better be, 'cause Christmas gonna be on us before we knows it now. And it can't get you too soon to suit me. How about you chillin'? Come on, Christmas. Oh, and while we're talking about Christmas, it reminds me of a story, chillin'. The story about Brer Rabbit and Brer Bear and the big snow. Would you like to hear about it? All right, chillin'. Oh, that's what chillin's like. Music and songs and stories. And here we goes with the story of Brer Rabbit and Brer Bear and the big snow. Now, of course, every fall, Brer Bear, he got to go to his house and lay down and sleep through the whole winter. 'Cause Brer Bear, he don't like the snow and the ice and the cold. But Brer Rabbit, he don't hardly ever sleep, chillin', 'cause he likes to run and play too much. And especially do he likes to run and play when there's snow on the ground. And when it come the day of the big snow, Brer Rabbit run out to play in it. And he was a-saying,
I should do doggone just look at the snow. This is the biggest snow we ever had the whole winter. And it sure is fun playing in the snow. Snow, 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 all over everywhere there's snow. Man, I sure do wish I had somebody to play with. I sure do wish I had somebody to play with. Uh-oh, there's the cave over there where Brer Bear lives. I expect he'll sleep. He sleep all winter long. He sure is asleep ahead. I got a good mind to go there and knock on the door and tell him that spring is here, though. Boy, if he thought that spring was outside, he wouldn't be sleeping a minute. He'd jump up and come out and play. That's what he would. And then I'd have somebody to play with. Yes, sir, that's what I gonna do. I go knock on the door and tell him it's spring instead of the dead of winter. And then I will have somebody to play with. So here I go.
Well, chillin', Brer Rabbit go over and he knock on the door. And he knock and he knock. And finally Brer Bear woke up and he say,
who is that out there this time of winter knocking on my door?
And Brer Rabbit, he say,
It's me, Little Brer Rabbit, Brer Bear. Come on, get up. Come on out and play. It's spring outside.
Spring? What I'm getting at, you mean it's spring outside already?
Sure is. Come on out and play with me. I ain't got nobody to play with.
I really don't feel like spring in here, 'cause I feel cold like the middle of the winter in the cave.
That's 'cause it's damp and cold in the cave. Come on outside, it's warm.
Is you sure what I'm getting at is that it's spring out there? That is?
Sure it's spring. Come on, Brer Bear, get up.
Okay. Come on inside and wait for me to dress, and I will be right with you.
Okay, Brer Bear, coming in.
And with that, little Brer Rabbit opened the door and hippy-hopped inside. And he was a-laughing to himself about the joke he done played on Brer Bear. And what Brer Bear would say when he find out that Brer Rabbit done got him up in the middle of the winter instead of the spring. And Brer Rabbit was smiling when he walked over to Brer Bear's bed. And he say,
Come on, get up. The grass is green, the flowers is blooming, everything.
And then Brer Bear looked at Brer Rabbit. And he say,
Oh, you big storyteller. What I'm getting at is, ain't you ashamed of yourself to come in here and tell me such a whopper? What I mean is a whopper, too. What I'm getting at is, you bad rabbit, you.
And with that, Brer Bear turned over on his side and started back to sleep. And Brer Rabbit, he say,
How in the world does he know I was telling him a story? Of course, I is ashamed of myself for telling a story. But how in the world did he know? Hey, Brer Bear, come on, wake up, Brer Bear, one more time. Wake up and tell me how come you know that I was telling a story.
And Brer Bear opened his eye one more time. And he looked at Brer Rabbit and he say,
'Cause you is still a little rabbit. That's I know you. I know you telling a story. You is still a little rabbit, and you was born in the fall. If it was spring, excuse me. If it was spring, you would be a big rabbit. But you is still a little rabbit. Therefore, it can't be spring because you was born in the fall, and you won't be big till spring gets here, and you're still little. Excuse me, I'm going back to sleep, and goodbye. I'll see you next spring, when you is a big rabbit, and has learned not to tell stories.
And little Brer Rabbit had to leave, children. by herself and go out and play in the snow by herself. So you see, children, like most little folks we're trying to tell stories. You can't fool people. Trying to fool people with something that ain't so is a mighty hard way to get playmates. And that's the truth. It sure is. Oh, that's what children's like. Music and songs and stories. Oh, and riddles, too. By the way, did y'all get the riddle I left with you the last time? What foot does you take off the floor just before going to bed on Christmas Eve? Could you get it? That's right, children, your left foot. Because even if it were your right foot, it would still be your left foot, because the last foot that you takes off the floor is the one that's left, ain't it? Oh, and here a riddle that I want to leave with y'all to see can you get twisted between now and the next visit. Now, here we go. What is it that a daddy reindeer got that the mama reindeer ain't got? See, can y'all get that riddle, children? And now, before Sleepy say bye-bye, here a little thought that he wants to leave with his children. Let's sing a song of Christmas time when children's hearts are gay and dream about old Santa Claus a-flying on his way. And now, bye-bye, children. Bye-bye. Bye-bye from Sleepy Joe.
The Blue Network presents The Land of the Lost. And its discoverer, the well-known storyteller, Isabel Manning Hewson.
Would you like to visit that wondrous realm at the bottom of the sea, where all the things that are lost on earth find their way? Would you like to see its shimmering green depths, its pearly towers, and some of the strange folk who have come to live there? Then close your eyes and pretend you're with my brother Billy and me as we go exploring with the wise, talking fish, Red Lantern. Here we are, safely through the magic curtain, paddling along gaily into a part of the kingdom we'd never seen before.
Oh, my, but it's sparkly and bright down here today, Red Lantern.
Boy, the water's wonderful. Makes you feel like a million.
Well, that's an old favorite of mine, Billy. Yes. Come on now, Isabel. Join in. Row, row, row the boat gently down the stream.
Merrily, 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 merrily.
Now you're on the beam. Bravo! Nice yodeling, Pollywogs. Yes, sir. I tell you, it never fails.
What never fails, Red Lantern?
Why, we're just entering Harmony Hollow, and the minute anyone crosses the boundary, a tune pops into his head. Happens every time.
Well, Harmony Hollow? What's that?
The place where lost musical instruments go, of course. They make their headquarters right over there in Harmony Hall.
The building sticking up beyond those coral trees?
Yeah, that's it, Billy. It didn't used to be so tall, but the last batch of French horns raised the roof when they arrived.
Oh, look, Red Lantern, there's one of them now. A musical instrument, I mean.
But he's not a French horn. He's a queer, rusty-looking old geezer.
Something of a tramp, if you ask me. You look a bit tired, my friend.
Tired? I'm played out. It's taken me since early morning to get here, hitch floating all the way.
Hitch floating? I guess he's a hobo, all right.
Not a hobo, young feller. An oboe. Everybody knows Bobo, the oboe. Oh, so that's what you are. What's your moniker, pal? As one vagabond to another?
Oh, we're Isabel and Billy, and this is Red Lantern.
Oh, Red Lantern. He's just about the top of the scale of these parts, ain't he?
Well, I'm fairly familiar with the high seas, Bobo, but what about you? Are you heading for Harmony Hall?
Sure. Ain't that where you're going?
I want to get there in time for the wedding.
A wedding? Oh, gracious, how exciting. Who's getting married?
A pretty little fife named Trilby. She's a distant cousin of mine, through the Piccolo connection, you know.
And who's she marrying?
Well, now that's the question. Last I heard, she couldn't decide between two suitors, Peter de Boom and Basil Bassoon.
Peter de Boom? You mean the head of the drum corps, Bobo?
That's right. Strong feller, too. Got a real head on him.
What do you know? A fife and drum.
Ah, very suitable combination.
But what about the other one, the bassoon?
Oh, Basil's a slicker. You and I could see right through him, Red Lantern. But he's got one of those low, soothing voices that can sweet-talk a girl into anything. Oh, for all I know, he may have talked Trilby into a permanent duet with him.
Well, here we are at Harmony Hall. Suppose we go in and find out.
Mercy, it sounds like a whole orchestra tuning up.
And then some. Golly, they've got everything from a clarinet down to a bass viol.
Where's your jive talk, Billy? You mean from a licorice stick to the doghouse?
Huh?
Now then, take your places, everybody. Woodwind's on this side. Strings over there.
That's the master of harmonies, Aloysius P. Accordion.
Oh, in one of his expensive moods, I see.
Pardon me. May I squeeze by? Thank you. Oh, Red Lantern. This does strike a happy note.
Well, hello, Accordion. Glad you're in the fold.
Make room for Red Lantern and his party. Please, you trombone, slide over an octave, will you? That's it. Now, where are those bagpipes?
Oh, here they come, Aloysius. Oh, we'll take the high note,
And I'll tack the low note,
and
blow trumpets blow out before us.
Hear those harps and saxes play.
For a Trilby's wedding day, while the flutes and tubas join in the chorus.
Hurrah for the groom, handsome Peter de Boom.
Here's a toast to the bride, pretty Trilby.
Let every violin
Come and make we Owen grin. Oh, 'twill be a merry din, but it will be. Woodman,
Woodman, that was very fine playing, man. Quiet. Quiet, please. This ceremony will proceed according to my arrangement. What was that?
Just a cymbal trying to crash the party. Muffle him, somebody.
Well, Bobo, it sounds as if your chum, the drum, is going to be the lucky man, all right.
Yep, there's the other one, Basil Bassoon.
Huh?
Sulking in the corner, the long, thin chap. What's the matter, Basil?
I beg your pardon.
You're not looking your usual self today, more like a second fiddle.
Your humor is a trifle flat, my friend. But then, what does one expect of an oboe?
Snooty guy, isn't he?
I guess little Trilby knew what she was doing when she wrote you out of the score.
Wrote me out? Don't be too sure, Bobo. You haven't heard the finale yet.
What does he mean, Red Lantern?
I don't know, but
Hey.
we'll...
It's the drums. Boy, look at 'em. Snare drums, kettle drums, and traps marching along together, with a big red and gold fella bringing up the rear.
Well, that's Peter himself.
Oh, my, he is handsome.
Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, boom, boom, boom. With a bing bang ding dong chick-a-lack-a-chow, here comes the groom. With a bing bang ding dong chick-a-lack-a-chow, here comes the groom.
luck on this auspicious day. May you and your Trilby always be in perfect harmony.
Thank you, Aloysius. Thank you.
Gosh, the guy's absolutely palpitating. Why, I can hear his pulse from here.
Ah, be still, my heart.
Oh, Billy, there she is. There's the fight.
Dear, this is most irregular. She shouldn't utter so much as a grace note before the wedding march is played.
Oh, please, Mr. Accordion. I just had to peek out to make sure my darling groom, this room, was here. I'm only a poor little friend, but I've worshipped the drum all my life.
When I first heard her trill, it gave me a thrill. I determined to make her my wife.
And now we're completely in tune. My love beats the time while I croon. I'll accompany him ever, and this chord will never intrude on our sweet
Quite a cute little tutor, isn't she?
No, please. Let's do this properly. Get back to the door, Trilby.
Yes, Mr. Accordion.
That's right. Where's the ring bearer? Confound that tom-tom! Has he gone off the beat again?
No. Here I am. Oh, isn't he funny?
That's Tom the Piper's son. Lucky for the wedding he didn't disappear. It don't mean a thing if you ain't got the ring.
All right, Tom-tom. Peter, my boy, stand here at the head of the aisle.
Yes, Mr. Accordion.
Now we'll take it from the beginning. Key of B flat. Everybody ready? Very well. Music.
Here comes the bride. Softly she comes. Straight to the side of the bravest of drums.
Here stands the drum, dressed for the fight, ready to take her for...
Holy smokes, what's that?
The parade call! Oh, my darling, I've got to beat it.
No, Peter, no.
Alas, I have no choice.
But, Peter, it's our wedding day.
Ah, Trilby, my love, you wouldn't have me fail me duty? Me, a descendant of Drake's drum? Why, a boom-de-boom has always led the parade.
I don't care. Let them go without you.
Impossible. Now, kiss me, my little fife-to-be. The wedding must wait.
No, Peter the Boom. If you leave me now, there won't be any wedding.
Oh, you can't mean that, Trilby. I'll be back, my love. On, men! On to the parade ground!
I do mean it. I'll never forgive you. Never! Oh, Red Lantern, this is terrible.
Very sad.
Poor Trilby.
Oh, gosh, what else could Peter do? You can't have a parade without a drum.
I've been jilted. He doesn't love me.
He never loved you, Trilby, my dear. It's I who love you. Peter de Boom is as hollow as his promises. He is nothing but a big noise.
Write that down there, Basil. You're off key. Peter's a fine fellow, and Trilby knows it.
Oh, leave me alone. I'm all of a tremolo.
Of course you are. After the way you've been treated.
Oh, Basil, you're so sympathetic. Knowing little
Trilby, honey, you mustn't carry on like this.
It's bad for your voice, dear. You don't want to sound squeaky when Peter gets back.
You don't think I'm going to wait here for him, do you? Why, he disgraced me in public. I'll never get over it.
Just be thankful you found out about him before it was too late. The brute. You should never have wasted a cadenza on him.
And I thought I was going to be so happy.
Happy? Not with De Boom. You weren't cut out for a humdrum existence, my sweet. A high-toned creature like you.
Oh, scupper my uppers. What a line. Why, a 3-day-old minnow wouldn't swallow that.
But Trilby has. Look, there she goes with Basil now out the door.
Aye, that's the fight plan for you. Yon lassie is a mickle fickle, I'm thinking.
She's not as fickle as Basil.
What's that, Ocarina?
He couldn't play straight if he tried. Last year I was a sweet potato, and now...
He's just like the rest of the woodwinds. Blows hot and cold. You can't trust him.
Silence! Silence! This is terrible. We can't have discord in the Hall of Harmony. It's not according to regulations.
Gee Willikins, all this row over that stupid Trilby.
She's just young and her feelings was hurt. It ain't her fault, Billy.
You're right, Bobo. It's the fault of that sneaky bassoon. I think he planned the whole thing. I saw him wink at the...
Hold on, little girl. What's that?
Who are you?
It's Monty the cello, a good friend of Peter's.
Oh.
How do you zoom? Tell me, did you say you saw Basil winking at someone?
Yes, at the bugle who blew the parade call.
Uh-huh.
I just happened to glance at him during the wedding march, and the minute he winked, the bugle blared out and broke everything up.
You mean Basil fixed it all up on purpose to get Peter de Boom out of the way?
Yes.
Are you sure, Isabel?
It was plain as day, Red Lantern, and he signaled him to blow the second time, too.
By the low-down pickle pipe, I'd like to break my bow over his...
Keep your strings on, Monty, old cello. What we need now is evidence. If we could just get hold of the bugle.
It must be around here somewhere. I know he didn't leave when the drums did.
Never mind evidence. No rhyme nor rosin to it anyway.
Where you going, Monty?
After Basil Bassoon. He can't pull a clinker like this while I'm sawing wood around here.
Capering codfish. This is all too fortissimo for me. Let's get out of here, tadpoles. I could use a little peace and quiet.
We can't go now, Red Lantern. Listen, aren't those drums in the distance? They're coming back.
But